Big coffee cup.
Welcome. I'll call us back to order. A public meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. Today is Wednesday, January 13th. This meeting is being conducted by or via Zoom web conferencing. We have all 5 commissioners in attendance, and we are just concluded executive session and now on to our workshop item, the continuing conversation and discussion around the Chico Basin Ranch renewal or the ranch lease and our path forward. So with that, I'll hand it over to Assistant Director Greg Okish.
Thanks, Commissioner. Greg Okish, Assistant Director. Good morning, everyone, commissioners and guests. Hey, I need to start by saying 5 minutes before the meeting started, my internet went down. Oh. So I'm on my iPad connected through my phone, and Chris, we made plan B. Chris is going to run the slides for me, which will be just a tiny bit clunky because he has no idea where the transitions are. So please bear with me. Chris, if you want to get the slides show on the screen. As Commissioner Butterworth said, this is, last time we talked about the Chico Basin Ranch was in November. This is an information item. I think the goals for today are twofold. First, to give you all a sense of where staff is headed in terms of a recommendation, and see if you have any feedback for us before we make a recommendation on a couple of specific items next month. And whether or not you need any additional or would like any additional information before you're asked to vote on these last couple of decisions. We really are down to the sort of the last couple of decisions that we need to make before we're ready to move on from this topic. So Chris, if you could go to the next. Oh, and we do have representatives, I know, from Box T Partners. There may be other folks on the ranch or other folks on the call who would like to speak. So when we're done, Nick, if we can keep an eye open for people with their hands raised, that would be helpful.
Is everybody seeing my slides all right?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris. So again, I think the question really in front of us today, big picture, is how do we select the best partner or partners for the next 10 years when the current lease expires? Chris, in some cases, you can try to anticipate.
Yeah.
I'll do my best to tell you to switch the slide. I wanted to give you a brief sort of picture of what the discussion outline is, so that, because I think there's 4 distinct chapters in today's conversation, and I'll try to be clear about when we're ending one and starting the next one. But I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of the ownership of the ranch and how we've leased it since it came into our ownership in the 90s. I want to talk, just remind you of where we've been and where we are in the decision-making process. We issued a survey and received some really interesting input, I think, from the agricultural community about their thoughts on how we might move forward. So we'll talk about that. And then finally, as I mentioned, we'll preview some staff recommendations in regard to the lease size, the lease configuration, and how or whether we negotiate directly with Box T Partners or pursue a broader solicitation of proposals. So when we last talked in November, I think Commissioner Butterworth at the end of the meeting asked if we could just go back and revisit briefly the history of our acquisition of the ranch and how it's been leased. And so there was a couple of pages as an exhibit in your memo. I will go over this quickly, and Chris, if you follow along as I finish one section, just go ahead and click to the next chapter. But essentially, in the late 1800s, early 1900s, land was being deeded from the federal government to the state land board, and we, in this area, received about 35,000 acres. In 1963, a company called the Arizona Cattle Company acquired what was then a 144,000 acre ranch known as the Bar JH, which included this state trust land, surrounded this state trust land that they were leasing, and they renamed it the Box T Ranch. So in 1981, a gentleman named Norman Va acquired a portion of the Box T Ranch, and he was marketing it as something he thought of as the International Center for Aerospace Sciences and Technologies, which is kind of interesting. He was really ahead of the curve when you think about the fact that Space Command and things have ended up here. But he didn't have the ranch very long. In 1985, he lost it. It was foreclosed on, and the lender, John Hancock Life Insurance Company, took possession. They ran it for about 10 years till 1994, when the State Land Board acquired it from them. And to do that, we disposed of other properties around the state. Kind of interestingly, several properties actually under what is now DIA. But that's the point in time when we combined our 35,000 acres with the land we acquired and created what is essentially today the Chico Basin Ranch. In 1990, and at that time, we leased it to a group of 3 local ranchers. There's a box that might be missing here, but this is really about the history of the acquisition and leasing, but there were some other things happening. And in 96, Amendment 16 was passed. And as you all know, it changed some of the operating parameters for the land board, specifically how we thought about stewardship, and were tasked to optimize revenue versus maximize. And in 97, when the board looked at the way the ranch was being operated by the existing lessees, they decided there wasn't as much alignment between the goals of Amendment 16 and the way that the existing lessees were willing to operate the ranch. So the board took some time, created what they called a strategic management plan for the property. In 98, they created an advisory board, had about 15 members from various federal and state agencies, and including some local residents. And in 98, with the assistance of the advisory board, they put out a request for management proposals. And in 99, Box T Partners was selected as the successful applicant for the lease. The advisory board went away a few years later, and I don't have a lot of detail on that, but again, in 99, Box T Partners was selected as the management partner and awarded this very unique, as we've talked in the past, very unique 25-year lease. Chris, if you go to the next slide, there's a map just to sort of put a visual to all of that. The current Chico Basin Ranch boundary is the red line. You can see in light blue, there's still a lot of adjacent state trust land. We think the reason that wasn't incorporated into the Chico Basin Ranch at the time was it was leased to others, whereas the land that was leased to Norman Va and then under the John Hancock ownership could be integrated into the total lease. The other adjacent properties could not. You can see that in green, the land that was acquired from the John Hancock Company, and in dark blue, the original state trust land sections. So that's the brief history. Before I go on, are there any questions or comments about that? And I specifically, Commissioner Butterworth, did that address your questions?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the basis of my question or the interest was, was this, a contiguous parcel? I was just trying to piece together, the historical, how long has this been one property? How has it been used? Trying to just sort of get a sense of its connectedness to this area of the state. So I appreciate this.
Sure. Any other commissioners have questions? And you'll have to help me out. I can't see you in my current configuration. I can't see you unless you're speaking. So if somebody raises a hand, maybe somebody could let me know.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. So Chris, if you want to go to the next slide, I'm segueing into the next part of this conversation. And as you've seen in previous presentations. We just wanted to talk about what we started out to accomplish and where we've been and where we are. You have made a number of, we laid out this decision-making process several months ago. The board has made several decisions along the way. The first one was a decision in August of 2020. Chris, if you go one more slide, to actually hold the ranch in its current configuration until at least 2034. And then we had a conversation about, well, what rights are we leasing? And we had a conversation about revenue earning leases versus non-revenue earning leases. And the board, I believe, made two decisions here, Chris. Those decisions were essentially that you helped us, we did a survey with the board, we had a couple of conversations, and you helped us establish what we called some leasing priorities. I'm not going to go back through those today, but we still have them documented, and we're using those to sort of guide our thinking. And you approved the use of an RFP, whether that RFP is issued only to Box T Partners or to a broader audience, but use of an RFP to sort of clearly organize what it is we want the outcomes to be from any, in any process and from any proposer. Then we had, I think today, we're in this sort of gray blue box, which is how is it being leased? Now, this hasn't been a perfect process in the sense that it hasn't been as linear as we laid it out. And so we actually, I believe, made two of the decisions in this box early on. Chris, I believe we made the decision that this property would not be enrolled in the public access program. It currently is leased under a private recreation lease. And I want to confirm this before we're done today, but it's staff's, I'll say, recollection and understanding that the board, based on the priorities you established, is most interested in maintaining this lease in a private lease configuration, not putting it in the public program. And as I mentioned earlier, you gave us direction to use an RFP. So Chris, if you hit the button today, we're really talking about, do we pursue a direct negotiation with Box T Partners, or do we go through a competitive bid process? And Chris, if you hit it one more time. And ultimately, as we've said from the beginning, all of this is really ensuring that we do the best we can by the school of trust. That ultimately this is about leasing and outcomes for schools and generating, finding that optimum balance point between stewardship, revenue, and the ongoing health of the local agriculture community. So any questions about this before I go on?
Commissioner Heath?
Yes. So in your chart earlier, where would you show the birder access? Because I think, at least I feel, that it isn't just general public access, that they have a stewardship role also as we track migration of birds and other kinds of really research-related activities.
I think we're going to capture that. I don't know if it's really overt in today's discussion, but where it's been captured, when I mentioned that you established priorities, one of the things you asked the board to endorse in November, and they did, was that we moved, I've got to put this in the light so I can read it. We had a goal, a priority, to work with qualified parties, organizations, or institutions to continue and facilitate scientific research and things like that on the ranch. I think at that time we talked about the fact that we felt like birding easily fell under that sort of category. So we have captured it. We understand it's a goal of the board, and we intend to, as we put out requests for proposals, find a way to either work directly with the birding community to create some sort of a lease or opportunity for them, or maybe work with a third party that would accommodate them on the property.
And so in your chart there, where would you see that?
I don't think it shows up here. I think where it shows up is we know it's a goal of the board. we have to find some kind of device to make it, to accommodate it, whether that's a lease or a permit or, so I think it's an action that's not really reflected. I suppose anywhere it's in the red box in the non-revenue earning uses category. So it's probably in the previous months in the November discussion in that red box. Do you see where I'm suggesting?
I think
It's
overlay
sort
on
of
that.
grayed out a little bit.
Yeah.
There.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So I think what's important about your question is we do understand that's a use that the board would like to see continued and staff needs to find a way to accommodate it. Is that correct?
I think that's, yeah, that's the nature of the conversations thus far.
Okay.
I wonder if it's worth just, I mean, I don't think it's obvious if when we're looking at this, if there's any way that you could capture that.
I think I can certainly capture it. I don't know that I can capture it precisely in this chart, which is sort of the process we're going through. It absolutely has been captured in the conclusions we've reached. And I can, next month, I can make sure I sort of highlight that in the discussion.
And Greg, you'll speak to it in the RFP as well.
Right.
So part of this process will be for the commissioners to approve the RFP that we write.
Okay.
And I think that will be where we sort of say to the bidding market, this is an expectation. Tell us how this is going to be met.
Thank you.
Greg, correct me if I got that wrong.
No, I think that's correct.
I think that's how you and I have discussed it.
Yep.
And just to clarify, I guess I want to make sure my assumption is correct, is that, well, that's part of the RFP, and an applicant could propose how they would manage that. They might also say that's not my bailiwick. I don't want to deal with that. In that case, then, we'll evaluate it. If that applicant were selected, then the land board has to pick up and address, birding and figure out how we manage that on the property if the lessee is not interested in that.
Yeah, I would say that we're actually, from staff's perspective, what you just described as the latter, the second option is really what we would do from the beginning. We would try to have a direct relationship with the parties that want to be on the ranch, that we talked about the layered leases. We want to have that direct relationship. So if it's for birding or research, we'd like to have it with us. If we find out we can't accommodate it that way, or if perhaps there's a proposer who says, for the following reasons, I'd really like to own that, we would consider that, I think, as our second position.
Good.
But to Bill's point, in either case, we will be clear in the RFP that this is a use we expect to be on the ranch and you will have to work with it.
Yes. Good.
Thank you.
I think I saw Commissioner Carney with his hand up.
Yeah, on that previous slide, I was just on the direct negotiation or deciding whether to go to competitive bid. Are we coming up with this, or is there something in their existing lease that said there's a possibility for negotiation, or are we just trying to decide that?
Now, the lease contemplates it, but it doesn't require it. And so that's really I think the purpose of today's conversation. What I hope to do is give you some information about the reasons staff would go in one particular direction. But the specific answer is no. The lease contemplates it and does not require it. It says with mutual agreement of both parties, we can negotiate directly if we choose.
And is that language just unique to that lease, or is that kind of on these big leases, is that language in there?
It's certainly unique. It might be in one or two other leases. It is not. So if you remember, the majority of our lessees have 118 rights. They have the right to match any competitive bid. Mm-hmm. This lease does not include those rights. But this lease was unique in a lot of ways. It's 25 years long and 99.5% of our leases are 10 years long. So this is a very unique lease in that it includes recreation, commercial uses, a whole bunch of other things. It was 25 years. So part of that uniqueness is that it does not include 118 rights, contemplates the possibility of direct negotiation, but does not, but it has to be with the mutual consent of both parties.
So the leases that would not have 118 rights, would that language be in those or not necessarily?
I would have to look. I can only think, sitting here, I can only think of one or two others. Two of them are with the Nature Conservancy, on Brett Gray and the Bohart. I believe neither of those, those are longer leases, don't have 118 rights and don't have, and I don't know if they have a negotiation clause or not. I'd have to look.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will check into that and get back to you.
Thank you.
So quickly, Chris, you can go through these pretty fast. That you all by now know where the property is on the border between, spanning the border between El Paso County on the north and Pueblo County on the south. And again, part of this, Chris, if you hit the key, part of this larger configuration of state trust land, some of which we'll actually be talking about later today when we talk about solar leasing, but it's this purple color block that the black arrow is pointing at. So now I want to talk about this survey we did a little bit and tell you why we did it and what we think we learned. I'm sure you remember in many meetings, I said, and or staff said, but mostly I said, that at the right time, we would try to bring in a number of interested parties that the Pueblo office has received calls over the years inquiring about leasing this property, when would the lease be up. We, as this has been an agenda item, have received more inquiries. As we reached back out to people and asked them if they'd be willing to come in or participate in a Zoom call and express their interest, I think a couple of things came up. Zoom was probably a little bit of a barrier, but I think more specifically, as we've sometimes said in the past, that the nature of the agricultural community is that people are reluctant to engage in a conversation that sort of says they want to bid against their neighbor. And that's essentially what this is. And so while we had a couple of people who were probably willing to participate, the majority were not, or were reluctant. And we didn't think that would give you a clear view of, we wouldn't know, are there really interested parties out there who want to bid, and what do they want to bid on, or are there not? So we thought we would try a survey. We did it, and we did it for 3 or 4 reasons. One, and primarily, what's the market interest in this ranch? Is there market interest or is there not? Chris, go ahead and just click 3 or 4 times. What's the interest in different uses? What's the interest in different size leases? And we'll come to that, but we've had this conversation about, is there a healthy market for 86,000 acre leases? How important are things like on-site housing? We've heard from some people it's important, others that it's not. And is there a real sensitivity to this concept of layered leasing that we do on all our other state trust land, or are people reasonably comfortable with that? So I worked with Kristen, and actually I should say Kristen worked with me. She was very patient and she's really good at this. She created the online survey. We distributed 90 of them, and it was also posted on the agency website. So even we distributed to people who had expressed an interest directly to us, who had participated in previous RFPs for large ranches, and neighboring property owners. Essentially, those were the 3 categories it was directly sent to. It was also posted on our website, so anybody else who was interested could respond. We received 33 responses, which actually we thought was pretty good. Some of them were anonymous, some identified themselves. I want to be clear that this is a sampling. I'll probably say that a couple of times. And what I'm going to do now is we gave you the entire response in your board package, but I'm just going to take you through, I think, 6 or 7 of the actual questions and tell you what we thought we learned from it. And again, not definitive, but certainly illuminating, I think, in terms of some of the insight we may have gained. So Chris, go ahead. Go one more time. So one of the first questions was, are you a current state land board lessee? Chris, try going, there you go. Are you a current state land board lessee, and what kind of a lease do you have? The majority of the respondents were grazing lessees, but what we thought was most interesting, because we've said this in the past, and I think this proves it up, there are a lot of people who do not have a state lease and would like to have one. And I think that's somewhat indicative of the 12 people who responded who currently do not hold a lease with us and would like to get one. The second question that I'm highlighting here is, what's the size of your current land board lease? And the primary reason I put this one up here is the first time I read it, I read the response totally wrong. And Justin and Kristen were puzzled at the way I read it, but I wanted to make sure the commissioners were reading it the way Justin and Kristen did, not the way I did. So when I first read it, I read the responses to say that there were 4 people who were currently operating on 640 acres or less who were interested in bidding on this ranch. And I thought, that's insane. How are these people with these small operations going to bid on this large ranch? And then it finally dawned on me. The question is, what's the size of your current state land board lease, not what's the size of your current operation? So this is saying there are some people with fairly small state land board leases, but they may be operating on really large deeded land or large forest leases, or federal leases, or large private leases. So it's not how big is their operation, it's how big is their state lease. So that's the only reason I really put this one in. The next question, which of the following would you consider leasing? The majority were interested in grazing, but there was a significant number of people interested in leasing for cropland, for hunting, and I thought a surprisingly high number who were interested in the hospitality guest services side of what might be offered on the Chico Basin. And then the last one on this slide is what's the importance of on-site housing? And this, I guess, surprised me a little bit. But essentially, the majority, if you include the majority rated the importance of on-site housing as somewhere between somewhat important and critically important. So that was an interesting takeaway. Just a couple more. This one, what's the likelihood that you would bid on a grazing lease of the following size? And this was really, I have said personally, I've represented from the beginning my concern, and to some extent staff's concern, was that at a very large scale, we might have a very small pool of bidders. And from our standpoint, from staff standpoint, the bigger the pool, the more robust the response, the better. Well, this seems to suggest that whether it's 25,000 acres or 86,000 acres, the same number of potential bidders are interesting. And so I think this is a useful response in shaping how we move forward. And then lastly, and I have to be clear, if the property were open to public use and or access through a lease with a third party. So this is not meant to cover layered leases. We didn't intend this to be layered leases. We meant this to whether or not we worded it well, sort of say if somebody else has a lease that allows public access, unrestricted public access, either like a PAP lease or an open gate policy, is that a big concern? And it was sort of a sensitivity to public access that was not controlled by the lessee or the state land board. And I would say it was moderately concerning. About a third of respondents thought that hunting, fishing, hiking, or biking would be of concern. Interestingly, wildlife watching, where I think if we put the right sideboards around it, is probably where birding ends up, was less concerning. And the comments generally suggested that the greatest concerns were around gates being closed, timing restrictions, which is one of the things that State Land Board does with our layered leases. And then the people with, access to the property showing proper respect for livestock. So one last slide, and then I'll ask if there are questions. The staff takeaway, oh, I'm sorry, 2 more slides, I apologize. There was a whole section on, where we let people just unstructured, what other comments might you make? And you saw the unfiltered responses in your board package. If I were to summarize them, staff would put them into 2 categories. A group that was interested in leasing, and then a group, and I don't want to minimize it, a group smaller, but a group that was really suggested we should continue to lease with Box T Partners. Chris, if you can hit the key. One of whom was sort of, I guess, betwixt and between, said, well, some should be leased to, and they put in somebody else's name, which is why we redacted it. They didn't put in their own name in that, and then lease the remainder to Box T Partners. So there were clearly people who were on, 2 sides, or whose comments went in 2 directions on this. And now I'm pretty sure it's the last slide in this section. Yeah, Chris just clicked, I think there's 5 points on here. So in summary, staff would say there's significant interest in obtaining a state lease. There's the greatest interest in grazing, but really followed pretty closely by cropland, recreation, hospitality. On-site housing is important. There's appears to be equally strong interest in grazing leases up to and including 86,000 acres. And there doesn't seem to be a high sensitivity to layered leasing where we can manage the window during which people use it, how they use it, how many people might be on the property at one time, maybe a slightly higher sensitivity to unstructured access, although I would acknowledge in hindsight, I think that question was not as clearly articulated as we intended. So again, with that, let me pause. This is the end of this section. And so if the commissioners have any comments or questions on this material, we can talk about it here or again at the end of the presentation.
I do have to laugh that our closed caption was catching you saying layered leases as layered leases.
Leases,
So
I see that.
just making sure we're talking about leases and not leases.
Still doesn't work. I see it still doesn't work no matter how carefully you articulate.
Yeah. Any questions thus far for Greg? I guess for me, I mean, surveys are surveys, their opinions, you're gauging, we don't know the mindset and the intentionality. So, I recognize that 33 out of 90 surveys, but I do appreciate that it gives us some greater context. And I too was surprised that by the number who indicated, what was it, 20 that indicated an interest of 50 to 86,000. I also
Yes. recognize
that might also, if they've been following our conversations, we've been, we've expressed that there's probably little, there probably aren't a lot of people who might be interested in that. And so, they could easily say, yeah, we'd be interested. It's another thing if they can actually submit an application. And
Sure.
they may have indicated that interest in an effort to ensure that we do a public process. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
I appreciate you bringing that up because as you'll see in a minute, and I think as you saw in your cover sheet, staff has factored some of this into our thinking about the recommendations we, at this point, would intend to make next month. And so if you feel, depending on how each of you as commissioners feel about the validity of this survey as providing insight, you may want to speak to that as I go through the staff, where staff is leaning.
I'm guessing that the aspiration that I've wanted to have a ranch in Colorado. Something that, it's kind of the Ralph Lauren dream types.
Yeah. Well, I do think that the list we sent the survey to is targeted in the sense that these are people who are in the ranching business. We know, for the most part, we know they've been successful in it. So it's not, hopefully, the majority of the respondents are credible. But again, the point is still, this is insight, not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I will go on.
Okay.
So everybody's favorite part of this, the lease configuration conversation. So as you remember, boy, in August of 2019, when staff first said we needed to start looking at this well ahead of when the lease expired so that whatever decisions we made were made in a time frame that let the existing lessee plan accordingly. Our first take on it was there potentially was a way to organize the Chico Basin Ranch under 3 leases, which we thought had some validity. Chris, hit the button. There was Ranch 1 in purple, Ranch 2 in dark in the middle, and then Ranch 3 in light green. Go ahead and hit the button again. And probably one more time. And if you were to characterize these, Ranch 1 was 43,000 acres, the attributes of the ranch, and again, I want to emphasize these, we believe these lease configurations are supported by the existing infrastructure and to some extent, the natural systems, soil types, range quality. They weren't arbitrary or capricious, I don't believe. We spent a lot of time with a lot of staff talking about how it might work. The division did not require significant additional infrastructure. Essentially, we'd have to build about 1 mile of fence and a little bit of road and a corral on Ranch 3. But if you were to characterize them, you might choose to characterize Ranch 1 as an opportunity for ranching and recreation at 43,000 acres. Ranch 2 is ranching in irrigated cropland at about the size, 23,000 acres of a Lowry ranch, and then grazing in Ranch 3 at about 21,000 acres, primarily, no housing on that one, really a grazing operation for somebody who did not need to live on the property, perhaps an adjacent landowner who already has a home place, or somebody nearby who already has a home place and a headquarters. This was met with some skepticism from our partners and members of the birding community who weighed in, and staff clearly heard that. Chris, go ahead.
Really quick, Greg.
Oh.
I don't. So it's that Ranch 3. Can you go back, Chris? There. That is contiguous with Bohart.
It is. It's on the south end of the Bohart Ranch.
And has it ever been looked at as? Would it be more appropriate that was part of Bohart Ranch?
I don't know if I'd say more appropriate. It is of a very similar character, and maybe I'd let Justin come in and speak to this. Nick, if you want to promote him while I'm talking. It's a sandy soil that's very similar to the kinds of soils, and you see the same kinds of grasses that you do in the Bohart.
Yeah.
Justin, would you like to speak to that?
Sure. Justin Osborne, South Central District Manager. Greg, you pretty well covered it right there. Ecologically, it's the same site descriptions as what are found on the Bohart. It's more sandy soil, same type of vegetation present. It would flow with the Bohart. I can't say that we've sat down and had that discussion on whether or not that's an option. The infrastructure is in place there as far as the water and everything to be a standalone. But to your point, yes, it is very similar, and
Yeah.
I guess that would be a possibility.
And I guess I would offer the way staff's been thinking about this. it wasn't so much that we would, bolt it on to say the Bohart and make it all one lease, but if the operator of the Bohart
Yeah.
saw an advantage in holding another lease, they certainly might be one of the bidders on this
Yeah.
piece.
That's interesting. So I have a question.
Commissioner. Yeah.
Yes, remind me again what the in holding is and what you're showing us ranch possibly one.
Sure. There's two in holdings. The larger one on the north side of, in between Ranch 1 and Ranch 2. And Justin, I may need help again. I think it's about 900 acres. We've
Roughly, yeah.
contacted, pardon?
Yeah, roughly 920 acres. We have contacted the property owners. They are interested in selling, but at a very high amount per acre. So
Okay.
Yeah, at a price that just doesn't make sense for us. And then Justin, I'm less familiar with the small one. What is that one?
I will have to double check on that one, but I believe that's BLM, but I will check.
Okay.
While we're on this discussion.
Okay.
Is someone getting a Teams call?
Not me.
All right.
Any other questions on this, commissioners, or comments? So going to the next slide, Chris, at this point, I'm going to ask you to talk about one alternative, but as we sit here, based on the results of the survey, staff would be is comfortable proceeding to put the grazing RFP, well, probably the RFP in general out as a single grazing lease. There's clearly appears to be a pool of interested parties, which was our biggest concern. I do want to say, and I hope this isn't as defensive, I just don't want it to become, staff does not agree that the stewardship concerns that were raised are a reason not to put this under multiple leases. We absolutely believe that we could manage an 86,000 acre landscape with 1, 2, or 3 managers. And actually there's a letter in your package this month from the Palmer Foundation and TNC that speaks a little bit to the steps that would need to be taken to do it successfully, but we absolutely believe it can be done. The reason I just want to put that on the record is I don't want it to become sort of a belief that we're never going to manage large properties under multiple leases. I think we may do it. But in this case, given the interested pool of parties, given the fact that it will address the stewardship concerns that were raised, staff is comfortable going forward with a single sort of 86,000 acre grazing lease. I don't know if we'd say that all the other uses would be 86,000 acres. That's a possibility, and maybe we'd split some of those up. I mean, it might be possible that there's 2 recreation leases for very different uses or something, but in general, we're comfortable putting this under an 86,000 acre grazing lease. There is one alternative, and it was described in your package, Chris, if you go to the next one. And we're fine if we dismiss it, but I would like there to be some discussion on the record so that the reasons for dismissing it are clear. And that would be to say, rather than 3 operators, maybe there's 2. That would create a 66,000 acre ranch, which would be the largest state, still be the largest state land board ranch lease. It would accommodate grazing, irrigated cropland, and significant recreation. And then we'd still look at this second 21,000 acres as a separate lease. The reasons, as we've said from the beginning, are potentially enhanced financial returns. And I put a question mark on it. I can't offer you any proof unless we go through the process. There's just still an intuition on the part of staff that we might get higher per AUM bids on 21,000 acres than we get on 66,000. So maybe more importantly, I can say with certainty that we would put more than 1 operator family on a state lease. We would start to address that, interest in state leases, and we would minimize our lease default risk. If we have this under 1 lease, we're always going to be in a position where should a single lessee run into financial problems, we will have 86,000 acres subject to that challenge. So I'm going to put this one up here again and just Commissioner Butterworth, we can talk about it now or we can talk about it at the end and come back to this slide, but I'd like the commissioners to really talk about whether or not this is, if this is not a path we want to take, why it's not, or if it is, why it is. How would you like to proceed with that?
Commissioners, we okay to continue, or do you want to take a moment to have that, or ask Greg some questions? It appears Commissioner Heath has a comment and Commissioner Scanlon. So let's sort of take a moment here and Commissioner Heath.
Well, I was just following up on your inquiry earlier about the adjacent Bohart Ranch. You know, it makes a lot of sense to at least approach them, I guess, and see whether there's interest.
Commissioner Scanlon?
I can't remember, Greg, what you've shown us, if there's any housing on that 21,000 acres.
There's not. This would really be leased to somebody. In all likelihood, it would need some corrals, and it would need a little bit of road work to make sure the access. Right now, the road to the south of the label that says grazing is really pretty sandy and difficult in some conditions. So we'd have to do a little work, but the thinking would be there are any number of, whether it's the Bohart or other neighboring owners who could run an operation on this property from their existing home place or lease. And I'm not trying to point the finger at anybody, just as an example, because it's labeled on the ranch where you see Frost lease on the left-hand side of the slide. And again, I want to be clear, I'm not saying they have an interest, but somebody who lived there, you know, who had an operation in that location could easily operate on this 21,000 acres. Same thing from the west. I just don't have anything I can point at. There are numerous people who are operating around this ranch who would probably find this interesting. In addition, it's large enough. Well, I'll just leave it at that. So, and Justin, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Justin?
Yeah. First off, just back to the comment on the inholding. That is a 320 acre inholding that is privately held. I would stand corrected. It's not BLM.
Yeah.
And just to continue what Greg was mentioning here with Ranch 3, there would definitely need to be some road work. If you notice on the slide, Myers Road runs along the top and the north end of that property, and some access points would have to be put in there. There is enough interest from locals in this area, and I think this would be a good fit. To Greg's point, we just want it on the record one way or the other here. I was just doing some quick math here. Given the size of this and what we have the AUMs rated at right now, acres per AUM, this would run roughly 350 cows for a year. And this is divided into, off the top of my head, 7 or 8 pastures, this whole section through here. So it's not wide open. You know, there would definitely have to be some infrastructure put in place, but it's a nice sized ranch that would provide income for a family.
Seemed to me, if I recall, like, you know, when the Phillips Box T has commented, they've talked about, you know, the value of the entirety, you know, in the stewardship, managing and making sure that, you know, if we've got to move cattle, we have that space. But it would also seem to me that, you know, sort of whatever you have, you know, so 66,000, you'd still be managing, you know, you're managing fewer cattle, but you're still rotating them around that parcel, and you wouldn't have to worry about then, you know, the AUMs that are dedicated or added to that 21,000 acres. And I guess, Greg, my question is, how important, and Justin or whomever, I mean, how beneficial is it to have that 21,000 as part of the 66,000? And I guess in my mind, as part of the RFP process, we were contemplating maybe having options where someone could apply to manage all 86,000, or they could apply to just manage the 66, and someone could apply to just manage the 21. When on that previous slide where you were saying staff is saying a single 86,000 acre lease, did that then, with that recommendation, did that sort of remove the option of smaller bids, parcels?
Yeah. Yes, so we're really saying we're comfortable going with 86,000 acres. We're still intrigued with this, and if the board saw, we didn't want to rule it out without giving the board a chance to weigh in, because if you see, after all of the conversations we've had, some benefit, you're right, we could write an RFP, issue it all at one time, but break the responses into, bid on parcel A or B or A and B.
Yeah. I know that, as we've gone through this, I realize that makes it more complex, but I was intrigued because it would help us understand the valuations and/or the interest, and the value of keeping it whole, or hey, it actually, we could do something like this and achieve the same, if not better, results. So. Commissioner Heath.
Or Christine, I think had a hand up.
Yeah, no worries. It's Commissioner Scanlon. Yeah, I'm kind of following the same thinking Commissioner Butterworth is. And Greg or Justin, do you have an idea? I'm not sure the default risk is much minimized, to be honest with you. If you default on 66,000, I think it's not, 20,000 acres more would still be an issue. But I'm curious if you think that, if you have any sense of how much more potentially you could get in a lease value from 21,000 versus if it were enmeshed into one, or to Commissioner Butterworth's point, you wouldn't know that unless we had sort of this tiered RFP question.
Yeah, we definitely wouldn't know until we do it. When staff a year and a half ago or so all got together, there was sort of a consensus that we might see about a 25% premium based on what we've never leased. It's very seldom that we lease 86,000 acres because we only have one. We've never leased 66. The closest we've come is leasing the Chancellor Ranch at 50,000 acres roughly. So we use the Chancellor as the benchmark for what we might get on 50,000 acres, which was somewhere the low 20s per AUM, 22, 23, something like that. But we're seeing bids of $25 up on the leases we've done on 20,000 acres. So we were saying, depending on the, and it's going to depend on the economy at the time and the commodity markets and a whole bunch of stuff, but we thought there might be as much potentially as a 25% premium for the smaller lease. That is all, speculation is probably not the word, that is all our best calculation based on past experience, and I don't know if it'll carry forward.
And Greg,
Thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Heath, hold on. Director Ryan.
Greg, you say that even though there's not the housing and the infrastructure on that parcel, because I think that would.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We've leased, again, it's sort of a different scale, but we had bids down in this area, part of the state for, Justin, I think you'll have to remind me, I think we $35 in AUM and up
Ye-
on
that's
the
correct. Yeah.
Ververse piece. Smaller, but, and on the, what's the other one, the Box Springs? Or just to the north of this?
Big
Uh,
space.
Ellicott, and what else did you say?
Box Springs, is that
Oh.
right?
Big Springs, correct.
Big-
Yeah. And that
And
was 30 plus.
For 10,000 acres.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Heath?
Two questions. Remind me again about the water situation on this parcel.
The water situation?
Right, meaning, is there water there?
Yes, the blue lines on this map, and Justin, if you want to get into detail, there's at least one well, and then the blue lines are the distribution system and the water tanks. And as Justin said, it's divided in. Justin, why don't you describe it in terms of pastures and things?
Okay. Yes, there is one major well that feeds the majority of the pastures, all the water tanks on this one. There are other wells, but the majority of them are fed by one larger well through this pipeline system. And to the best of my recollection, off the top of my head, there is 7 to 8 pastures through here.
Each one with water.
Each one with water, correct?
Good. And the second question I had was, before we had talked about either one large parcel or perhaps 3 smaller parcels. I think we're gravitating towards talking about 2 now. Is that right?
That's what staff is saying. We're saying perhaps either one, 86,000 acres, or perhaps 2, which is this map.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
And if, yeah.
So we're coming up on the allotted time for this discussion, and we haven't had a chance to hear from anybody. Greg, how much more on your presentation?
Just 5 more slides, and really what we could do is, again, you're not being asked to make a decision today. You could tell us that you want more information on this idea or you don't next month. So now we're to the leasing process, and we really, I think Commissioner Carney teed this up at the beginning. We certainly have 2 options: negotiation with Box T Partners. There's some benefits to that. It's a familiar partner with a strong track record. They certainly, having been on the property for a long time, have a unique understanding of the opportunities and challenges. They have an innovative business plan. It's not a business plan that everybody would want to pursue. It's not for everybody, but it is innovative and interesting, and it has some good outcomes. It might be a faster process, to negotiate directly versus to go through the whole, public process. It's a minor benefit. And a more significant one is there's no need to manage a transition to a new lessee. On the flip side, I think, as we talked at length, greater length in the cover sheet, if I were to sum it up, staff thinks that, how do you get innovation and new ideas? You do it from sort of structuring healthy competition and asking people what they would do. And so we think the competitive bid route might provide us with some ideas we have never thought of. The board at the end of the day would have the confidence that they've selected the best operator from a pool of qualified candidates. And that operator could be Box T Partners. I would fully expect that they would submit and we would be able to review their proposal in the context of others. It's more likely to result, we believe in market rate rents. I just don't know I could say to you, we've negotiated for 6 months and we got to this number, and you say, is that a market rate? I don't know unless I put it out to the market. And then finally, it aligns with the agency goals to operate in a transparent manner. So Chris, go to the next one. So staff, unless you give us some other direction or a sense that you'd rather go in a different direction, next month staff will recommend that we advertise this for competitive bids for all the reasons I just said. It's transparent, it encourages competition, we'll gain market insight. You'll all be sure that you've picked the best partner for the next 10 years. And actually, I think Box T Partners, to the extent the lease contemplated the possibility of a direct negotiation, we don't happen to think that's in the best interest of the school trust at this point, but it's certainly I certainly believe Box T Partners is being treated fairly in the spirit of the lease. They're being allowed to submit. They've had 20 plus years experience. They should really come to the table with the knowledge and experience that gives them a competitive advantage in this process. So I think we're still working hard to be fair with our longtime partner. And Chris, that might be the last slide. Yep.
I just maybe like by a head, we heard from Commissioner Heath, Commissioner Scanlon, sort of being intrigued by the 66,000 and the 21,000, sort of the two, getting information or what that could yield. Maybe Commissioner Carney, Commissioner Shaw, do you have a sense or an opinion on that?
I can go ahead and give mine if you're ready.
Sure.
Okay. I guess I'm leaning towards the 86,000 acres lease and with negotiating directly with Box T. And my reasoning is you know what you have with the current lessee. And I believe if we're not happy with what's going on currently, then you would put it out for competitive bid. I think we know the rates. That's what we do. We do CSU, and we know your surveys where you come up with your lease rates and what you've done. I think you could come up with a negotiation. I guess what factors into my mind a little bit is when you bring in this stewardship piece, there's got to be a sense of loyalty. These people have been there and what they have done. I mean, I think we're in uncharted territory. These ranches were leased out to these people, and the condition that the ranches were when they were leased out is not too good, but look at the current conditions now and what they've blood, sweat, and tears have put in to make the ranches that what they are now. And I think if you were just going on raising the most money, you may do that, but with that stewardship piece, and I think there has to be a sense of loyalty. This isn't commercial real estate, this is agriculture. And you keep saying that with that piece in there, well, they're not going to bid against their neighbors. It's a different world in agriculture. And when people put their blood and sweat and tears, a family of years putting into things to help, I think you have to have a sense of loyalty there too. It's not, you're not going to give them a cheaper rate. They're still willing to pay the negotiated rate, but these people are putting their passion and their families into this deal. And I think that's the part that a lot of people aren't seeing in this.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Shaw?
I'd like to weigh in, and my apologies for the construction zone that I'm living in today. I too am very intrigued by the concept of 2 potential leases. I think it's very much worthy of us structuring this as we go forward to have the alternative of the 82,000 or the 66,000. I just think that gives us a chance to test the market a little bit further. And while I have empathy for Commissioner Carney's wanting to be with Box T, I just think we have to be scrutinized as to what we're really trying to accomplish. And I think that the 2 alternatives gives us that cover.
Okay. Before we wrap this up or ask, sort of get a definitive head nod around, next steps, maybe allow some members of the public to make brief comments. Again, we're not making decisions today. It's basically giving staff direction on the next step and setting us up for decisions at the February meeting. But we have a hand up from Duke Phillips. So Nick, if you could promote. And other members who wish to make comments, just raise your hand. And again, we're at our allocated time, but obviously this is really important for our land board. So I'm allowing a little bit more time on this subject. So I see Duke is here. You're on mute. There you are. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think one of the best reasons for keeping Box T as the leasees is that because we have been there for so long, it would give you an opportunity to do the multi-layering that you're talking about at a higher level. In other words, you won't be starting from scratch, but you'll be dealing with someone who has already done all the hospitality, done the hunting, done the stewardship, done all of the different things that you're talking about, and starting at a much higher level to try to refine and do it at a refinement level rather than as a let's get to know each other level and start from there. So I think that's in any kind of business situation you get into, when you can start at that level, it makes a lot of sense. And so I think that's one of the things that was missed from the advantages that you talked about. I want to acknowledge what Commissioner Carney said, and I appreciate what you said. We have many, many years, and we have kids that were raised there, and we have grandkids who are being born there. And so, yes, there is a legacy forward, and I appreciate that sentiment very much. And also to answer the questions that you had, Commissioner Carney, about the whether or not the language was typical. When we began the negotiations in '99, we put that language in there. It was from our request, thinking that if we did a good job, well, then we would be able to enjoy the opportunity to continue. And so we turned down the 118, and it was Beverly Rave and John Valentine added it again, I think, in 2012 or 13. And again, we decided that we would rather take our chances because we felt that we had a very good relationship, and that you would want to continue with a known entity that you didn't have any problems with. I think from an economic standpoint, when you're looking at a large lease, you want a professional manager. You don't want someone who's going to come in who is looking at it as a hobby or as a second job. So to keep a professional in the bidding, you're going to have a range of fees that make it economical for that manager. And so by looking at the second ranch and saying, well, maybe we can get more money and go up into the higher levels, you're also compromising yourself because you're taking out the people who are making a living and who are professionals. And so all I'm saying here is that there's a range within what a professional can pay and provide adequate stewardship as well as staying in business on the ranch. So I think that's really important, not to kid yourselves that you're going to get a whole lot more, and that's good for you in all the different areas that we're talking about. I'd like to say that we are very interested, to repeat, I guess, we're very interested in continuing. We are willing to pay a competitive bid. We understand that there's a whole different perspective in today's board, today's staff, and that many of the things that we have done in the past will change and need to change. And we're willing to look at everything in a collaborative fashion and start over and do exactly what you feel. We feel like one of the things that you want more control on the public, for example, education. And so we're an open book. We are willing to do whatever it is that the staff and the board wants to try to accomplish. So I'm not sure if there's anything else that I wanted to put in. Well, I guess the last thing is that there is a comment where young families need an opportunity. And I want to say that all the people that work on the Chico Basin Ranch are young, and many of them are participants in ownership of the cattle. So there is a very large contingency of young people, married couples who are making a living and are partners rather than employees on the ranch. So I think that's it. I mean, I have a lot more to say, but I know time's short and I appreciate the time you've given me. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Duke? All right. Thank you, Duke. Appreciate your time.
You're welcome. You bet. Thank you.
Commissioner, I've got a hand raised from Linda Hodges.
Yeah, I
If you'd like
see
to-
Linda Hodges. If we bring her forward for brief comments. Ms. Hodges, I see you're here. You take yourself off mute. We can welcome you. Good morning. Oh, you're back on mute. Ms. Hodges, you're on mute. There we go.
Sorry, the keys weren't working and it kicked me off the screen. Thank you, Linda Hodges, Conservation Chair of Aitkin Audubon Society in Colorado Springs. A few comments. One is, I hear something a little slightly different about birding at each meeting, and I just want to confirm what I heard. And I think, Mr. Ryan, it was you who stated that it would be brought up in your RFP, and that when you say the use is expected on the ranch and the rancher will have to accommodate it, you're talking about birding and bird banding, is that correct?
I think the context in which the comment was made was under the heading of scientific research, and certainly birding is an important part of that effort out there.
Okay, thank you for that.
Greg, did you want to correct me on that, or did I think I was trying to clarify your comments correctly or amplify your comments. And if I got it wrong, please.
No, Linda, Ms. Hodges, go ahead, and I may add something at the end, but no, go ahead.
And I think you're right. I did note that came right after the facilitating scientific research section, so thank you. Like Mr. Carney, I'm Aitkin and the birding community would surely love to see the property kept in one piece. And I've read TNC and Plummer Land Conservancy's letter, and they do talk about managing parcels separately with conservation outcomes if it's done properly. I would just say that TNC scientists have told me personally over and over, one parcel with one manager is the best conservation outcome. Now, and to balance that with your financial needs, the fact that you're seeing this many people interested in large parcels tells me that that to me would be the best way to keep the balance. However, I, of course, also the birding community is very pleased with the way that the Phillips family has managed the ranch, and we would certainly be pleased if they were allowed to negotiate directly. Should you choose to split it up or look at the 22,000 acre parcel, one comment I would make is that parcel is home to a bird called a mountain plover, which is a declining species and is a tier 1 species of greatest conservation need as CPW designates. So certainly TNC, if it went with Bohart Ranch, would be aware of that, but other ranchers just would need to be made aware of that special concern. A number of people contacted me about not being able to get onto the meeting this morning when you all switched the agenda up. So including the Phillips family, it would have been in the future, it'd be appreciated if we got some sort of notice of that. And lastly, we ask a lot of you regularly, and the Audubon chapters in Colorado would like to toss out that we asked for you to think of ways that we might be able to help you. We have 10 chapters throughout the state, and we'd like to give back in the spirit of cooperation with you all and having gotten to know you all a little bit better over the year. So something to think about, and Greg, maybe you and I can talk about that at some point.
Sure.
Great. All right.
And I would respond, Commissioner Butterworth, this is Greg Okish, Assistant Director, to try to respond just a little bit to Ms. Hodges' comment about, I mean, it's an entirely fair comment that we, through the course of these conversations, have made a range of statements about birding and how it might be accommodated and if it can be accommodated. And I think it's the nature of these conversations. I guess what I wanted to be clear on the record is, I think where we're at is the commissioners have established for staff a priority to accommodate this use on the ranch. So that's, as we sit here today, that's the direction. There's still a long road ahead of us to figure out how to do that, whether it's done through directly through the land board, through a lessee, whether it's done through a lease, whether it's, you know, who we're leasing to. So I suppose when I try to clarify, there's been no commitment to a specific methodology or a specific action beyond we're going to do everything we can to make sure birding, both the scientific banding and the use by birders, can be continued under a new lease. That's where that is the statement I would make that reflects where my understanding of where we're at. And maybe it would be useful if the commissioners either agreed or disagreed, so that we do have a clear point of departure for Audubon.
I would just comment that it was in one of your previous board packets that layered lessees would not be able to deal directly with the ranchers, that it would be specifically only with the land board. So again, I'm hearing conflicting information.
And I guess all I'm saying is I don't know exactly how we're going to make this work yet, whether it's a layered lease, it could be, that's maybe where we start. And maybe I don't want to leave this meeting or any meeting, I guess at this point, saying we don't have the flexibility to try using whatever tools best accomplish the outcomes we want. And the outcome is to continue to accommodate this use.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the level of ambiguity on how we achieve that priority. And in my mind, I understand. I mean, this entire process is, I think, is represented that we have questions, and we have the perspective of a lessee and that experience, and our staff who has worked with this lessee. But I think this process and our discussions have raised more questions. And so, I'm sort of tipping my hand by saying, through all of this, I'm interested in gathering, using this opportunity to gather information and understand the interest and how other people view this asset to help us make the best decision. And I feel like, and I understand, that the Phillips feel like, by putting it out to bid, we're conveying a message of dissatisfaction or perhaps less than the greatest level of appreciation for their stewardship and management and performance. But that's not how I view it. And for me, it's been 25 years, and I think while many things stay the same, things have changed, and we've learned a lot. And I think all of the questions in this process have guided, I think, for me, reinforced our desire. I want to know how other people, other lessees, potential lessees, view this asset. And I think, the Phillips and Box T certainly have, a great, we're not eliminating them from this opportunity. We're simply seeking additional information. So my comment started in response to I am comfortable. It's very clear to me that birding and perpetuating those opportunities there's agreement from this board and direction given from this board that needs to be a part of the future of Chico Basin. How we get there, whether it's a layered lease, whether a lessee says, hey, I actually have a specialty here, I think we'll see that come through in the RFP process, or that's what I am expecting. So,
Greg, I would echo what you've just said, and specifically, it's premature right now to commit to a specific vehicle.
Yeah.
For this, the sentiment is clearly that we want to find a solution to it, but we need to keep that open as we continue to refine this.
okay. We do have another
Thank you.
person who has a hand up. So are there any questions or comments for Ms. Hodges before I ask for Ms. Stocker to be promoted? No? She is promoted. So Ms. Stocker, welcome. You are on mute right now, but you have the floor. Nancy? At least you're identified on the screen as Nancy Stocker.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There we go. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to point out when you were discussing the 21,000 acre lease that you said new roads would have to be built into the property in order to do that. And new roads are very damaging and are definitely a fragmentation of habitat. They introduce a lot of dust, they introduce a lot of weeds, and I think you need to take that into consideration when you make this decision.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point. I appreciate that. Are there any questions for Ms. Stocker? And just sort of before we sort of close out public, one more opportunity for any of our attendees. If you'd like to make comment here, raise your hand. All right, okay, it appears Blair Miller would like to share a comment. Blair, you are off mute. Did we lose him or her? Okay.
It looks like, no,
I don't, people messing with the hand raised. It appears we lost.
Blair
We can see.
Miller shows as a panelist, but not on the video.
Oh, there's, okay.
I can
we
see her.
you.
I can see her on video.
Ma'am? Blair? We saw you for a moment. It appears you're off mute, but we cannot hear you. All right, well,
Commissioner, I'm not sure how to toggle that.
She's having technical difficulties. I think we'll continue to allow her to sort of work on that, and if she comes to us before we wrap up, we'll go ahead and allow her comments. But so Greg, today you need or sought sort of direction around the staff recommendation was single lease and to open it for a public process, a public bid, competitive process. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
And so if commissioners, it appears, I sensed from Commissioner Shaw, Scanlon, and Heath that there was an interest in in sort of understanding interest and opportunity around perhaps offering a 66,000 acre parcel and the 21,000 acre parcel that's adjacent to Bohart, to understand the interest there and or provide people the opportunity to bid on that as an option. Perhaps through a quick head nod from Commissioner Heath, Commissioner Scanlon, Commissioner Shaw, is that accurate representation that you have interest in?
Well, I'm still debating.
Okay.
And I just a quick couple of comments. And I, part of my thinking is really aligned with Tyler's. Since I've come on the commission, I have been concerned we don't do enough to recognize outstanding lessees who are going kind of above and beyond. And maybe that means we have to develop some criteria as to what that really looks like when it comes to renewing leases, because we're always at risk of, I know they have some advantage, but there's a difference between advantage in a bidding process and really recognizing an ability maybe to negotiate directly with them so that we can have people really invested in the property. I'm thinking of the Lowry Ranch young lessee as well. If we really want people to put, as Commissioner Carney said, heart and soul, blood, sweat, and tears, and dramatically change one of our properties so much further for the better, why can't we find a way to keep motivating that and incentivizing that? I was trying to think of elegant solutions. If we could maybe negotiate directly with Box T on the 66,000 and put the other 21,000 up for bid that they could also bid on, and make sure that we get a good negotiated rate with Box T, et cetera. But it does worry me that we're always at risk of losing really, really great lessees through how we prioritize our bidding process. And it's just a concern I have, because I think going forward, I'd like to see more of that, and maybe, as I say, we have to come up with some criteria so that it is a high threshold lessees have to meet in order to be reciprocated with either the ability to negotiate with us one-on-one or what have you. But it's looming in the background for me with this question, which is why I've struggled with this. And I appreciate, Gary, what you're saying, that I don't believe a bidding process is necessarily any diminishing of the current lessee, but I also feel like we could do more to make sure that we're really helping to incentivize and support those lessees who are frankly outstanding, and I put Box T in that category.
Yeah, okay.
Could I, just food for thought, and we can talk about it more next month. I think the distinction, staff feels pretty strongly about this, not just myself. We're talking, that concept is we have to reward them going forward. Staff's position is they were rewarded. They took on a big job for us, and they were rewarded with a 25-year lease, which is an absolutely unique animal. They were already rewarded with an extra 15 years of a lease that gave them rights to every use on the property. That doesn't exist anywhere else in the state land board. So perhaps we need to think about the reward that's already been given and feel less compelled like we have to reward them going forward. That may be something I ask you to talk about next month.
Okay.
That aside, Commissioner Scanlon, I agree entirely with your comment as it relates to our standard 10-year leases and how we do a better job of keeping those lessees when they've done a great job on state trust land.
Okay. Commissioner Carney, you had your hand raised there.
No, I would just, I guess, just to piggyback on top there with the current lessee. I mean, anybody, we know that you can tell from an RFP what you think you're going to get, but you get into the deal and anybody can can put together something and tell you pretty good of what they're going to do, and I'm going to do this and that. But when you have a track record, I think that's something that really has to be taken into consideration, is when you know what you have, not what you think you're going to get. So,
Okay.
thank you.
It appears Blair Miller, we'll give a try again.
Yeah, I'm sorry about
Here we
that.
are.
Hi, I'm a proud board member of Colorado Preservation Incorporated. We're the statewide nonprofit devoted to preserving our unique Colorado heritage. And I guess I'm here in that capacity. And I've been sort of tracking on this for a while now, and wanted just to weigh in on the main piece from our perspective around dividing up the largest land holding you all have. Once you divide something up, I don't see it ever coming back to being one piece. I think that's, once you go down that road, that's a hard one to get back to. So for all the reasons that folks have addressed around birding, and certainly the importance of how much you would need to do to this property, I guess, to make that smaller parcel in terms of adding corrals, infrastructure, access point, road work. I would consider the costs in terms of not only the hard costs, but the staff time to do that. And I might have you think about the possibility of devoting staff time to maybe working with Box T or working with other members of the community who might have ideas around, if it seems, and you mentioned, Mr. Butterworth, that that's been 25 years and many things have changed. And I heard Duke say quite explicitly that he felt willing to work with you anew. And it seems it would be a pity to not kind of go down that road with them specifically and see what that could look like, what doing new things, if you have new ideas, or I see you want to solicit that. So maybe there's a way to, you had that one survey, there's a way to do it in that way. And that an RFP process would certainly be complicated to, again, take more staff time. And you also said it would make it a more complex thing. So I feel like, keep it simple and move forward, and with something you've got already that's working would sure be nice to see that rewarded in the sense that it's worked for you for this long. So
Okay.
thanks for the opportunity to
Yeah.
have a moment to speak on behalf of the preservation community
Yeah.
across our great state.
Thank you for joining us. Are there any questions for Blair before we let her go? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Okay, so back to me, Greg, we were seeking direction to affirm, and maybe help me understand in February what we were hoping to take action on.
We will we will make a recommendation that you take action to lease the ranch in a specific configuration. Today, as we sit here, 1 or 2 leases. And secondly, not to divide the ranch, not to subdivide the ranch or carve it up, simply to have 2 managers. And secondly, we'll make a recommendation that, as we sit here, that you do that through a public RFP process, which affords the board the opportunity to understand ideas and concepts that might come from others in addition to our Box T, and that we understand what the value of this lease is to the whole range of professional managers who are capable of operating this large ranch.
Okay, so let me take that second one first. And so in February, we'll get information. Board book will talk about the staff recommendation, which I believe is to do a competitive process, and that's backed up by our survey results, and for all the reasons that have been outlined, why we think it's in the best interest. So at that time, the commissioners will each be asked to vote. We'll take a motion. Somebody will move, we move to have a competitive bid, and we'll take a motion. And if that passes, it passes. If it doesn't, then there's another motion to say we recommend direct negotiation. So that's how that, and so we will have discussion and public comment in February on that item.
Correct.
In order to prepare for the, whether it's a single lease or 2 leases, what do you need today? How do we set that up? Knowing this is an information item, that's why I was trying to get sort of a head nod. You had indicated, I think you had said, hey, when we were discussing 66 and 21, you had said, you know, we're really intrigued by this, but the staff recommendation is a single lease. We'd need to do more work on that. What does that do to that objective of making a decision in February?
Yeah. So I apologize for making this difficult. The dilemma is staff is equally comfortable going either way. I suppose, and we laid out what we think the advantages are to the 2 managers approach, the 2 leases approach, which again, we could structure that. If you said to us, structure the RFP so that there's the opportunity to propose on 2 leases, 66,000 and 21,000, or both, I think what you would gain from that is knowing whether or not there's any advantages or any really interesting proposals for that 21,000. And I suspect you'd get a lot of people saying, we want the whole thing. We know what those look like. You might get a few saying, I only want 21,000. We'd know what the trade-offs are, and we could make a selection. So I suppose if it's too controversial or too complicated or the board's just not interested, staff is comfortable going with just the simple 86,000 acre lease.
Yeah.
If you're intrigued, we can structure it so we might still end up in the same place, but you'll have, to your point, more information when you're asked to make that decision. Yeah. When the board is asked to make that decision, because we'll actually have proposals for 1, 2, or both.
So I know for me, I'm interested in more information on a 66 and 21 scenario. Commissioner Scanlon, you said you were still up in the air, which would say that, well, I don't want to speak for you.
I don't know. So
Yeah.
you speak for me, so then I'd know what I think.
Well, I was going to suggest that perhaps, you know, the fact that we didn't have information that really fleshed out that 6621 today, more in, you know, having staff provide that for us for February might help.
Would be helpful. I would agree with that.
What is that information? I guess that's what I need to know. What do you need to know from us to better decide?
Well, I think, and you sort of briefly touched on it, Greg, you know, some analysis around where you think that opportunity might lie, sort of the pros and cons. I guess that would be helpful. You know, just because folks raised real, I think, valid concerns about infrastructure, roads.
Okay.
What does that really mean, instead of, you know, sort of knowing we have to do something, you know, concretely, as concrete as we can, get a sense of that costs, any costs associated versus, you know, what, you know, there is a potential for additional revenue above, you know what I'm trying to say. I am intrigued by it. I'm also fine with this being one lease. So just to be kind of upfront.
Okay, Commissioner Heath,
Right.
your thoughts?
Well, I'm conflicted because I agree with Commissioner Scanlon's thoughts about rewarding lessees who've done not just a good job, but gone beyond our expectations. On the other hand, I am weighing the responsibilities for us as a public agency to be transparent and put things out to bid, whether it's 2 parcels or 1. So I haven't really reconciled in my head yet whether I feel comfortable with a direct negotiation or whether I feel a responsibility totally because this is public land and we're a public agency. So that's where I am.
What about on the single lease or understanding more pros cons type approach to 66 and 21?
You know, I think Greg has raised some issues that are worth considering about what if we had a single parcel at 21 and the other, but I would not want to forego the option to do a full lease for the entire property.
Okay, so I'm reflecting on my own reflections. So I guess the only way I'd be interested in two is if one was include a direct negotiation with Box T on the larger one. Otherwise, I just don't know that I see the huge value to it. And I agree with Josie. If we were to do any kind of a direct negotiation, it has to be at fair market rates. You know, I don't think this is not a discount situation. And we have to be transparent about that. But that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay. Commissioner Shaw, any further thoughts from your perspective?
I think this whole conversation is very healthy. I'm very focused on making sure that we have a transparency in the process, and how we get to that transparency is going to be important. Particularly if we are talking about two different leases. But I, like you, I think it's at least worth spending the next month having staff take a hard look at how they would implement the two lease program.
Okay. And Commissioner Carney, I think you've been very clear about where you stand, which in my opinion is single lease and direct negotiation, but is there anything more you would add? Or
I mean, I would be, yeah, you know where I'm standing, you're correct. I mean, I'd be open to looking at that other, as long as we didn't just say, this is the way we're going on the, that's, that we still can go the single lease. That's just like Christine stated.
Okay. I just had a reaction or sort of a thought to Commissioner Heath's comment around, like, I don't, transparency and our desire to have that. I don't think having a direct negotiation means that we're not transparent. I mean, I think the transparency is about how we arrive at our decisions and I think we would be exposed if in one meeting we just took action and said we're going to negotiate directly with Box T. I think we've demonstrated that we're thinking through all of the options, the pros and the cons of direct negotiation, which is a part of that lease. I think we're fully empowered to exercise the ability. That's how I'm interpreting it. So I'm very comfortable that throughout this we've been transparent, and even if selecting to do, if this board decides to do a direct lease, I still think we have achieved that objective of transparency. So I'm just saying I have a comfort that around that, if that's where we ultimately end up. So Greg, do you feel comfortable?
Yep, I appreciate this last 5 or so minutes has given me good direction for us. And I'll work with Justin and we'll get something ready for you for next month.
Okay. And I see Duke's hand is up. So before we wrap this up, I want to give him another shot. Welcome back, Duke.
All right, thank you. I forgot one part. One of the important items I wanted to address is that we would be interested in making a presentation or a proposal or talking further with you with the understanding that if it was not sufficient or did not meet, did not allow you all to feel comfortable that you would continue on and put it out for public a proposal. So all I'm saying is that we would be very happy to sit down and talk with you about what something might look like, with the understanding that you are not committing to that if you weren't satisfied.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that.
You bet.
Okay, we're almost at 10:45. I see there is one more person who would like to make comment. I'd like to go ahead and do that, and then we'll sort of wrap this up. And it appears Colleen Nunn. I'm looking for Colleen. Colleen, you've been promoted, and it appears you're on mute. So if you unmute, we can allow you to make comment. Colleen? You're now off mute, it appears.
Oh my goodness. I had my hand up, my hand down. I didn't know how that worked. And then I couldn't find the mute. Okay. I want to thank you all for your openness to our concerns as birders. It's just felt wonderful to be like equal and part of this conversation instead of scrambling to be heard. And I appreciate that it seems that you do have our message about the scientific aspect of what we do has made it through. I'm really glad for that. And I have heard some things about constraining public use. And I don't know what that means when people say that, but if it means the birders can't be there certain months of the year or certain times of the day, that's a problem because there's winter birds, summer birds, and migrating birds. And that covers the whole year. So I hope the constraints that I saw in some of the comments of people responding to the survey, I hope they wouldn't constrain too much, okay? And I understand the gate system, and we would be responsible to that gate, believe me. But anyways, and then my heart sort of sunk when I heard that the mountain plover is on that third ranch. That is, I'm saying, the most important bird to us in some ways. It is on every watch list. It's already very infrequent throughout Colorado, and it's very vulnerable because of its activities on the ground. And I'm worried that whoever would respond to that 21,000 acre possibility might not understand just how important that is to us and how long it might take us to convince them or show them. So I guess I was entertaining the idea, not that it's my responsibility, but of a third unit. But once I heard that, I just know that Box T we talk with, and we know they're responsive to our needs. So I just want to say those things to you.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Colleen? All right, thank you, Ms. Nunn.
Thank you.
All right, any final comments, perspectives before we take a break and reconvene for our information and action items? Appreciate the discussion, and I really do, each month appreciate the work that you're doing, Greg and Justin, and all of those who are pulling this. It's a very comprehensive, very complex topic, but I think it demonstrates, the importance and the gravity with which we understand, this asset within our portfolio and within the community, and both our commitment to the school trust. So more to come on that, that's for sure. So
I want to just acknowledge that in the written record, Greg continues to appear as Go Fish.
That's good to know.
Yeah, yeah, we'll send you there. We've been at it for over 2 hours here. Let's take a 10-minute break if you don't mind. I've got 10:45, so 10:55 if we could reconvene. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we're still in the morning. Good morning. Today is January 13th, 2021. Reconvene a meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. We are conducting the meeting via Zoom, and we have all 5 commissioners present. So on to our public meeting. We have open public comment period for non-agenda items. And so our attendees, if you would like to make comment or address the commissioners, raise your hand. That will identify you, and then we'll get you promoted to make comment. And again, non-agenda items. Seeing none, we'll move on to announcements. Anything you would like to call attention to, Director Ryan?
No, that's not already contained in our staff report, Commissioners.
All right. Moving through here, our Department of Natural Resources report, and we have Doug Vilsack with us today. Good morning, welcome.
Morning.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Thank you, Commissioner and Commissioners. Good to be with you. Every time I get on this meeting, I miss the good breakfast bread the State Land Board always has.
Yeah,
the
burritos.
I'm wishing I had a donut or a burrito right now, but we will carry on.
Agreed.
So DNR, lots going on as usual. Just to kind of kick it off, of course, COVID-19 still high, kind of on the things we're working on. As people have seen in the news and I think are watching, we are making progress. Colorado's 11th in the nation in terms of positivity rate, on the kind of good side in terms of 11th in the nation. That said, we are seeing some increases as a result of the holidays. So hopefully we will weather this storm again, and the vaccine will kick in and cause us some help. We are number 4 in the nation at actually rolling out the vaccine to our population. As many of you probably know, currently our guidelines are those that are 70 and older, and certainly healthcare workers are being prioritized. My father-in-law kind of got an appointment the other day, which is kind of one of the best bits of news we've had recently. So hopefully we'll continue to see progress and keep getting the vaccine rolled out. I know there's been some changes at the federal level, kind of changing some of the age ranges, things like that. So we'll adapt to that, I think, over the coming days as well. This time of year, DNR is always very focused on our budget and on the legislature. A little different this year. The legislature is actually gaveling in this morning for 3 days to do kind of COVID relief bills, other priorities that just have to get done right now, and then gaveling back out likely until mid-February, when most of them hopefully will be vaccinated and they can continue on with the state's business safely. So that's different and new, but we will adapt. In terms of the legislative session, once it really gets going in earnest, DNR always has quite a bit going on at the legislature. This year, one of our key focuses is kind of related to one of our wildly important goals, which is working on sustainable funding for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So kind of working on a big initiative there, amongst other ideas. Related to the State Land Board, I know there's always interest in the shrinking trust issue. And as Bill knows, we're continuing to talk to legislators. Senator Hansen has always been interested in this issue, so we're circling up with him in the coming weeks to talk about that more. Again, always a challenge to address kind of big budgetary finance issues when we have such challenges with the state budget, but we're kind of continuing our efforts to educate legislators about that issue, and we'll see if we can make some progress. You never know in hard times or good times when something might pique the attention of a legislator. So we'll see. In terms of DNR's budget, our budget is $316.8 million this year. About 10% of that is general fund. As most of you know, really our only division that receives significant general fund or is made mostly funded by a general fund is a division of water resources around the state. Most of our other divisions are mostly based on fees or severance tax or other revenue sources. Kind of two of the big ticket items in our budget this year, one, a $20 million two-year request to fund Colorado State Forest Service's furworm program and the CWCB watershed restoration program. So again, kind of a response to our funding needs around forest health and wildfire mitigation. On top of that, we also have a $20 million funding request for general fund for kind of a mix of economic stimulus and just recognizing the fact that we've had a lot of recreation impacts. So that would be $20 million to develop new infrastructure for visitation at our state parks and try to address some of those concerns. And at the same time, again, kind of shovels in the ground stimulus dollars. And then just kind of another request, we also are working a lot at Parks and Wildlife on habitat connectivity and wildlife corridors. So getting some additional spending authority to hire staffing focused on habitat and some of the crossing structures and things like that that we've been working on with CDOT over the last few years. So those are some of our budget priorities. In terms of just what's going on with various agencies, a lot going on even today. The Parks and Wildlife Commission is also meeting, discussing important topics around, for example, developing a new non-hunter angler pass for state wildlife areas. And of course, I think the bulk of the Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting today and tomorrow will be spent discussing wolves and the voters' passage of Proposition 114 about wolf reintroduction. So plenty of conversations to be had there. The Division of Water Resources continues to work on their work on anti-speculation. Many of you probably have seen a lot of media about speculation, kind of acquisition of property and water rights in the state, including an article in the New York Times recently. So really trying to get the word out about kind of what water law really has to say about kind of speculation and also kind of addressing some of the concerns that people have raised. The Water Conservation Board is also very involved in that conversation and still, of course, keeping a keen eye on the snowpack and kind of what's going on this year. Obviously, still drought throughout the state and concern about what might happen in the spring with runoff. But of course, our snowiest months, as all of us know, usually are ahead. So hopefully we'll get some good snowfall this year. Colorado Avalanche Information Center, just to mention them, also kind of a huge year for them, not only with increased recreation in the backcountry, but as well with a tremendously weak snowpack, probably the weakest snowpack we've had in many years. So the combination of both of those issues has resulted in kind of an increase in avalanche accidents, fatalities, just slides in general in the state. And, you know, despite the maybe common thought that a lot of these accidents are being caused by the newbies in the backcountry and people running out and buying new backcountry skis, a lot of it is experienced folks. So just really dangerous conditions out there. Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, again, has finished some of its major rulemakings under Senate Bill 181 and has 3 left. The next that they'll take up is about financial assurance. And I know the State Land Board staff will be involved in that conversation. And then as well, rulemaking about permit fees and worker certification. And then lastly, kind of related to all of DNR's agencies, of course, a big focus on the incoming federal administration and kind of how we interact with the feds. I think with the new administration, there is kind of an increased prospect of additional stimulus funding, additional potential initiatives focused on wildlife and conservation, potential new funding for forestry, wildfire issues. So we expect to have a strong relationship with the incoming administration and are kind of sitting down and thinking about how we might proactively engage on some of the issues that are important to the state. So that is what's going on at DNR, and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Whose purview are wildfires? I imagine that's there's federal, all of that, but you know, given how dry it is and what we saw last year, I know that there's conversations about that. Is there, do you know much about what's happening to address that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a multi-agency issue, of course, down to the, very local level, on kind of small grass fires and types of things that gets elevated to counties and then, of course, involving the state and then federal agencies, depending on where the fire is or kind of how bad it gets. And that's one of the challenges, I think, in both managing or addressing, actual fires that have broken out and also addressing mitigation. At the state level, there are a number of agencies. Of course, the Division of Fire Prevention and Control and the Department of Public Safety is kind of the putting wildfires out agency and kind of coordinates all of those activities for the state. But DNR and the Colorado State Forest Service, which kind of makes up the Division of Forestry within DNR, is very involved as well. So the funding, for example, the budget request that we made ends up going to a kind of forest health and mitigation fund up at the Colorado State Forest Service, and then also to the Water Conservation Board that ends up funding a lot of kind of watershed restoration work. So, and then of course the federal side, on many of these federal properties, really the Forest Service and kind of some of those agencies are the lead. And so this is the challenge. We have lots of different land ownership designations, lots of different folks with little bits of money. I think the reality is that the challenge is enormous. I think the Forest Service kind of estimated, I forget how long ago this was, but in pretty recent history, that there was a $786 million backlog or something right around there of mitigation work in, kind of tier 1 or kind of priority 1 areas. So it's a huge challenge, and we do not have the resources at the state level, the federal level, or any of these levels to address it right now. So a lot of those conversations going on, again, kind of amongst all these agencies.
Yeah. Good. Thanks. Anyone other questions for Doug or comments? All right. Thanks, Doug. Appreciate your time. Thanks for joining me.
I made the breakfast burritos as well. I'm not an early riser, as some of you may not be aware. So my toast is not comparable.
Sufficient. Yeah, I hear you.
Maybe you can send kind of little boxes out to us, Bill. I mean, come on.
Yeah, exactly.
We got to raise our game here. Sorry.
Invest in some drones.
All right. Moving on, our next item, we're on to information items, and 1A is our staff report. That's tab 5 in our board books. Director Ryan, anything you'd like to?
I just call your attention to a couple of things. First of all, at our December meeting, you all were there when we honored 3 of our lessees, our outstanding lessees. And normally we would have had a big lunch to do that. And we would have also honored our own staff who did some exceptional work last year. We did honor them, but we did it outside of a board meeting. And I just wanted to highlight their work here in a public forum. Tracy Gwynn, Peggy Spitelli, Sean Logan, and Alicia Hawthorne were award winners, and those were selected by their peers. And so I just want to, again, publicly thank them for their dedication, hard work. That all of them did a terrific job. We had a record number of nominees last year. And so in front of all 5 commissioners, I wanted to say thank you to our staff and our award winners last year. We are saying goodbye to a couple of folks who've been helping us out this year. Giselle Castaneda in our solid minerals group, and Perry Ernest down in our TRS group have both been incredibly helpful. I want you to highlight that for you all, because I know that you ought to be aware that we work with young interns throughout the year. You don't always see them or know that, but we're trying to do our part to try and help train folks in the next generation to do important natural resources work. So, and lastly, the other item I would call your attention to in the book was the Jefferson County outreach piece. For those of you who have Google search functions on that say State Land Board, you may have gotten some news clippings recently about a proposed bike park out in Jefferson County. We actually don't have an application in yet on that, but it is proposed to be on land board land, and we've learned over the years with some of these recreation uses that it's rather than have us be the tip of the spear, we ask the proponent to talk to the local community and talk to the county first and see if this is a use that's going to get public support and something that will be permissible. There's no point in us negotiating a lease with somebody only to find out that the use won't work. So that is ongoing right now, and it'll be a while if and whether it comes before this board. But know that we've asked the proponent to work the public side of this first before we consider a lease. Jefferson County is also mentioned in here in context with something called location and extent, and I'm happy to answer more questions about this, but in a nutshell, on two transactions that are in front of them, well, one more currently around a solid mineral mine, they've basically said, because the state owns this, what you say goes. And what we've said is that may be true with some other state agencies, but with the land board, we're required to comply with local land use regulations. And we know that you're required to make a recommendation. And so you tell us what your recommendation is and we will follow it. So that's mentioned in here in regard to a solid mineral lease, but it may also come up with that bike park if it gets that far. And so we as a staff have said to the county, constitutionally, we're required to follow your land use regulations. So tell us what you're recommending and we will follow that, even if you don't want to formally change that zoning yourself. Those are the items that I wanted to highlight in the staff report, but let me pause for a moment and ask your questions on anything in here or any other matter.
Any questions for Bill? Just one comment on, I appreciate you all disclosing the corrections around the gas lease auction and, catching typographical errors and inadvertently relisting 6 parcels. So don't want to discourage disclosure. And I guess it did make me think that, as a commissioner, when we see like township 335 range 57W blah blah blah, like I'm assuming that's correct information. And I guess sort of a relief that we have a system in place or a process in place that would be able to catch that, because I don't know as commissioners that we're expected to be at that level of detail to be able to catch, something like that. Is that fair?
We agree, and yet in the interest of transparency and having a correct public record, we do feel compelled to just note those things. The oil and gas legal descriptions, well, all of our legal descriptions are pretty darn complex, and so we want to make an effort to be as accurate as we can for the record. But no, we don't expect you to have looked up to see that this is the northeast-south quarter of whatever township it is.
Yeah, good. Anything else for Bill on the staff report? Seeing none, we'll move on to solar energy leasing, tab 6, and I believe David's going to take the lead and Lindsay's on tap as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately for you, I have a role as well.
Oh, all right.
I'll try to be.
Go fish. All right.
Go fish. I'm going to try to set the stage for this, and then you're right, I'm going to turn it over to, and by the time we're done, I think we'll include Lindsay, David, Chris. I think Bill may want to weigh in a little bit, but the spirit of this is intended as best we can create a round table atmosphere on a flat panel screen. That's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to promote a number of the staff to participants and encourage discussion by the commissioners. But to set the stage, you have delegated authority to staff to issue planning leases for renewable energy projects. And that's worked well. The recent changes are that we're now, and we talked about this last March, we're getting applications for these utility scale solar projects, which I think we all know now have a much larger impact on the landscape, on the underlying land, than say a wind project or a solar garden. And while these projects are great from the standpoint of achieving our renewable energy leasing goals, from a revenue standpoint, for our partnering with the governor's office to achieve the statewide renewable energy goals, it's becoming a challenge. And in particular, it's a challenge when these projects become concentrated in a small geographic area. And we realized last month that's starting to happen in Southwest El Paso County. We received applications for a couple of new planning leases as staff. David led the process for Lindsay and others, and Justin, Justin's name is on this one too, to start evaluating whether or not we should approve these planning leases. We really focused on the pattern, the larger pattern in the landscape that's starting to result, and became concerned that we might not be creating quite the right balance between revenue, renewable energy leasing, stewardship, and health of the local agricultural community. So staff has taken some steps to address that, and we thought it would be appropriate to share those with you and be sure that you're comfortable with the steps we're taking. And essentially, what we're going to suggest is that we put some sideboards around staff. Even though you've delegated authority to us, we don't want to change the policy. We just want to tell you that we're going to voluntarily probably bring some of these leases to you in the future for discussion, planning leases for utility scale solar, only in Southwest El Paso County. So it's really a subset of what we're doing, but we'd like to engage you in discussions about these before we decide, in some cases, what to do with them. And there are some of our lessees in this area on the call, and I know they'd like to participate when we get to the end. So I have one more. That's the general concept. And so again, the discussion goals here are sort of threefold. First, in a very general high level, we want to update you regarding what's happened in the last year, because we talked about this last March, but what's happened in the last year related to utility scale solar leasing in Southwest El Paso County. We want to share with you the sideboards that we've decided we'd like to put around our own authority and where we'd like to get more involvement from the board. Those are the general pieces. Specifically, we do have 2 planning lease applications that we would like to move forward. They have some implications on some existing leases. And looking backwards, under the process we used to approve these prior to 2000, I think it was 18, we ended up with some stewardship trust land under planning leases. And those planning leases are now about to convert, we think, to production leases. At the time, we didn't realize, we thought we'd have time to talk about whether or not the stewardship trust land should be removed or not before we issued the production lease. What we've since learned is that discussion should have happened earlier. It will happen earlier going forward. But I've asked Lindsay to share with you her thoughts on this removal of stewardship trust land. And unless you direct us otherwise or say you're uncomfortable with it, we intend to proceed with that. So general level stuff, 2 specific things we'd just like to be sure you're aware of before we move forward with, and then a roundtable discussion about any other issues you see or questions you have. Bill,
Thanks, Ryan. I think.
Greg, just to be clear, we're not asking for any votes on anything. This is an information item, but we need to set the table for some votes that we'll have in the next month or 2. And then as Greg said, as we're figuring out this business at scale, we need to create some of our own sideboards. And so that thank you for setting the table that way, Greg. That's really the heart of the discussion here.
Okay,
So,
thanks.
David, I think it's yours now.
I think you just gave my presentation, so I think we're good.
You're welcome.
So I'll give the more formal version of what Greg just said. So good morning, Commissioners. David Rodenberg, Real Estate Section. I'm assuming you all can see my screen?
Yep.
Great. So as Greg mentioned, the purpose of this information item is to provide you, the Commissioners, with an update regarding solar leasing activity in Southwest El Paso County, and to solicit the board's feedback regarding future leasing strategies proposed by staff. So the key overlying theme in today's information item and discussion is how can the State Land Board optimize the various benefits that they have on these parcels while pursuing multiple goals. So as a reminder to the board, there's three main parts to the board's renewable energy leasing process. Staff presented more detailed information regarding the board's leasing process during a couple of workshops held between December of 2019 and February of this last year. But in summary, the first part is the pre-application review, where staff goes through a detailed review of the request. Each line of business manager reviews the potential project and the related state trust land and how it may affect their particular line of business. This review also includes the district manager, the stewardship trust manager, and the conservation managers, along with the line of business managers. And this is a staff review. The second part is the planning lease, which allows the developer to demonstrate a right to the development site for planning, and then to pursue and obtain a power purchase agreement with a utility and obtain the necessary local government approvals. Planning issues are generally issued by staff. However, prior to issuing a planning lease, if an agricultural lessee objects to the lease, staff will bring that planning lease to the board for review and decision. This gives the agricultural lessee the opportunity to speak to the board about their concerns and issues.
David, thus far when we, I know we've approved a planning lease and so forth, but general guideline, I mean, is there, I mean, we certainly, would we issue a planning lease if we were like, this has no, there's no shot? Like if we issue a plan, I guess here's my question. If we issue a planning lease, are we making it like that, should the applicant be able to jump through the various hoops, it will result in a production lease?
Yeah, that's correct. That's the intent. At the end of the day, staff, by the time we're issuing a planning lease, specifically in the last year or two with our new process, it's our goal to be bringing a production lease to the board at some point in the future.
So it's, I would say the issuing a planning lease is effectively, barring the applicant's inability to produce, is effectively saying, we plan on a production lease and the impact that has on that land. Yeah.
I think that, this is Greg Okish, Assistant Director, or Go Fish, Assistant Director. I think that's fair. I think the assumption should be there's a high likelihood.
Yeah.
They might get all of their approvals and we could still not negotiate an agreement in terms of fees and payments, but it's really more likely that we will be successful and they will move forward.
Right. Commissioner Heath?
Yes, just as we have a kind of a screen for agricultural land, do we also screen that if it's in the stewardship trust that it would automatically not be considered, or are you proposing such a screen? Or
Good question. I kind of addressed that a little bit later in the presentation.
Okay.
But generally speaking, I think with today's review process, we would likely not end up with parcels that are in the stewardship trust. As Greg mentioned, we weren't doing this sort of thorough review on some of the earlier planning leases because they were so speculative, and therefore we ended up with a particular planning lease that's in the stewardship trust currently, and I'll show you that in a little bit. So just to continue here, I just discussed the planning lease and what that's about. And then the third part of this is the production lease, which provides the project developer with the right to construct and operate a renewable energy project on state trust land. And all renewable energy production leases require board approval. So the board has approximately 30,000 acres leased for utility scale solar planning in Colorado, and 10,930 of those acres are leased in El Paso County, specifically in the southwest, south central area that we're going to talk about today. So this map gives you a visual representation of the board's utility scale solar planning leases. The blue areas you see on the map, of course, are our state trust land ownership. And the yellow areas you see mainly in here in Weld County, and as you see, sort of centrally located throughout Colorado, and then these bigger blocks of area here. And this area here with the red circle is the area that we're going to be talking about in this information item specifically, the 10,930 acres that are under a solar planning lease plus the vicinity. On a side note, I wanted to mention that last year the board approved its first utility scale production lease, which consists of 2,300 acres and is a 200 megawatt project and will be generating approximately $375 per acre annually. And that project is in Pueblo County, about 30 miles south of the subject area in El Paso. So that's right about here. So currently, again, the board has no utility scale solar production leases in any other part of the state so far. So this map shows that area that I circled on the previous slide. And the parcels in the blue area, again, are state trust lands. And then the yellow areas that you see are the acres that are currently under 4 separate planning leases. And I have them circled here to give you an approximate idea. This is one planning lease here. This is a planning lease here. This is the third, and then the fourth one here. The reason that this area is desirable for solar development is due to the relatively flat topography, and more importantly, the high voltage transmission lines that are located throughout the area, plus it is close to Fountain and Colorado Springs, which would be the end users of the energy. And the red lines you see here are all power lines that that cross our property throughout this area. So this area in El Paso County, which consists of 1/3 of our planning lease acreage, continues to be an area of interest beyond the existing planning leases. For example, staff has received interest from several companies for the area outlined in green that you see here. If these planning leases were executed as well, it will in effect add an additional 1,800 acres of state trust land, bringing the total acres under planning lease in this area to 12,800. Another very important point that I want to bring to your attention, and Greg had mentioned earlier, and Commissioner Heath, you were asking about, is the 2,121 acres of the existing solar planning leases are in the stewardship trust. So this dotted line you see here is stewardship trust, or properties that are in the stewardship trust. And that includes this existing solar planning lease. It also includes this new area of interest this portion down here, which would be in the stewardship trust. So as I mentioned earlier, at the beginning of this, or when the solar lease in this area was originally issued in 2017, this lease in particular right here, it was the agency's practice to complete a detailed review of a proposed renewable energy project once an application for a production lease was received, rather than prior to a planning lease application being received. The reason for this at that time was because the board's renewable energy program was fairly new and planning leases were somewhat speculative. However, the utility's commitment to being 100% renewable and the desirable characteristics of the state trust lands for renewable energy development, staff believed that it was more likely that these projects would move forward and production leases would be requested. And it made more sense from a timing perspective to perform our detailed review and communicate with the agricultural lessees much sooner in the process, which is why today we do it prior to issuing the planning lease. So the existing planning leases, the request for the new planning leases, the acres that are located in the stewardship trust and considering the agricultural leases that will be affected, cause staff to review the general status of utility scale solar planning leases on state trust lands in this particular area of El Paso County. The goal of the review is to understand how best to accomplish the state land board's strategic plan goals, as well as the governor's wildly important goals. Some of these key goals are to generate reasonable and consistent income for the trust by leasing land for renewable energy production, increase renewable energy leasing on state trust land in order to contribute to the state's goal of electrical demand with renewable energy resources by 2040, and to maintain the agency's long-term partnership with and contribution to the agricultural industry and rural communities, and consider the impacts to our agricultural lessees. And lastly, to ensure that the agency's important natural resources are recognized, protected, and when appropriate, designated into the stewardship trust. So with that, I'd like to pause here and hand it over to Lindsay to talk about the affected stewardship trust acres in this project area.
Thanks, David. Lindsay, you're on mute. There we go.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lindsay Brandt, Stewardship Trust Manager. And as David mentioned, I'm here to talk about one specific piece of the puzzle, which is the Stewardship Trust and the natural resources. So this area that you've been looking at on the map is part of the Central Shortgrass Prairie. And you will probably recall, I think it was last June when I talked a lot about the Central Shortgrass Prairie ecosystem, kind of in the context of the Chico Basin Ranch, but we're really in the same neighborhood here. And at that time, I mentioned some of the wildlife that the Central Shortgrass supports. And I apologize, I am having difficulty getting the slides to advance. There we go. Both common and rare species that live on the Central Shortgrass Prairie. So a quick reminder about the sections that we're talking about that are in the Stewardship Trust. Down here in the south end, we have about 4.5 sections, and David sort of described to you how part of that area already ended up under a solar planning lease. So this area outlined in orange. And also this small piece up here to the north. I'm going to zoom way out now and remind you a little bit about the Central Shortgrass Prairie. What you're looking at here is sort of the entire boundary of this ecosystem, about half of which lies in eastern Colorado. You can see the state line here, so it overlaps into Kansas, Oklahoma, but about half of it, I'd say, occurs in Colorado. And this red box here shows our conglomeration of properties that have kind of been the theme for today: the Chico Basin Ranch, the Frost Ranch, and the Bohart Ranch. And here you can see the pale yellow is the, both the pale yellow and also kind of this orange color represent the existing Central Shortgrass Prairie kind of today, whereas this pink area represents land that has been converted to cropland. So much of the remaining central shortgrass prairie that we have is part of these grazing lands that lie in southeastern Colorado, a large chunk of which happen to be straight truss lands. And the reason I'm sort of telling you all this is because I want to stress that when we're looking at these solar, utility scale solar leases, we're not taking this lightly. We recognize the importance of preserving the central shortgrass prairie, but we also recognize the threat that climate change can have on the central shortgrass prairie. As you know, we're in a pretty severe drought right now. It's been kind of an ongoing thing. So issues like loss of the summer monsoon, changes to the regular average temperatures, snowfall, that sort of thing, can have an effect on the persistence of this ecosystem. Also, the context of the Stewardship Trust, if we do move forward with these planning and ultimately production leases, we need to think about options for actually removing those sections from the Stewardship Trust and replacing them with additional lands. And I guess I'll mention that the Stewardship Trust, when it was formed, was always meant to be a bit dynamic. And, you know, we do have the option of kind of continuous revision or potentially improvement to the trust. I'm just going to share with you briefly a couple of the tools, well, really just one tool that we can use to evaluate potential replacement properties. This map that I'm showing you here, again, you can see the orange is the boundary of the Stewardship Trust, and we have the Bohart Ranch up here, the Chico Basin Ranch down here, and the Frost Ranch over here. And this yellow area indicates the areas that are either currently under planning lease or we have a request for that are also in the Stewardship Trust. So there's a tool available that the Nature Conservancy just came out with pretty recently, and it's actually an online tool. Anybody who wants can go online and look at this tool, called the Resilient and Connected Landscape Mapping Tool. And what it does is it basically has evaluated lands throughout the country for their resilience to climate change. And basically, if you consider the idea that, you know, if you're dealing with severe drought or severe changes to the climate, species need to be able to move to kind of adapt to those changes. So if you're a pronghorn and you need to go find some new grass, that's maybe not too terribly complicated. But if you're a box turtle and you need to go find, you know, additional insects or whatnot, that can be a little more complicated. So the tool really looks at both variation in topography, human impacts like roads and development, and then also just kind of existing condition biodiversity present on the ground. And they've really identified areas that are more or less connected and resilient, that are going to kind of enable, you know, as we march forward in time to maintain some of these ecosystems. So I just overlaid this tool over the greater Chico Basin area, and I just kind of want to share with you some areas that I might start looking to replace if we end up removing these 4.5 sections. So areas that I can kind of see here, this is on the Chico Basin Ranch, would be adjacent to existing Stewardship Trust. And also here would be areas that I might consider to look for replacement properties. I want to stress that none of this map really suggests that what's going on the ground over in this yellow section, it's not saying there's been bad management or the lessee's not doing a good job. It's simply more, you know, kind of factors that are outside the lessee's control, such as development, topography, that sort of thing. So this is just kind of one of the several tools I would look at to start looking at replacement properties. Also, of course, with on-the-ground site inspections and that sort of thing. So to summarize, I think we have the opportunity to designate some diverse and resilient areas of central shortgrass prairie, and also potentially support some of our renewable energy goals if that's the direction we end up going. And I will pass it back to David now.
Before we do that, maybe any commissioners' questions or comments for Lindsay on what she just presented? Okay, thank you, Lindsay. David?
Thanks, Lindsay. So the review that I mentioned earlier that took place for this specific area of El Paso County was conducted by the Renewable Energy Leasing Manager, the Real Estate Section Manager, the Stewardship Trust Manager, the Conservation Services Manager, and the District Manager. The team determined that staff will take certain steps in support of the preceding goals. And those steps include a few things. So one is identifying a designated area of state trust land in this portion of El Paso County where utility scale solar leasing is appropriate, of which staff will proactively pursue leasing in that area. I just want to note here that these numbers don't specifically mean anything from a location standpoint. They're just sort of a way to sort of address these separate issues and steps that I'm bringing up. So the next one would be if the existing solar planning leases allow their leases to expire, those areas located in proximity to but outside of the newly designated leasing area will not be included in any future lease. However, staff will continue to honor those existing leases by bringing a production lease to the board if the project does move forward in those areas. And those areas are these areas here that are outside of the blue lines.
David, I'd like to be, this is Greg, just to be a little more specific. There are specific reasons for that. The parcels that David is pointing at on the east side, the ones we would exclude if we were given an opportunity, are very, very close to an existing lessee's home place. And, you know, the development of those would really, I think, not be particularly neighborly on our part. So if we could claw those back, we would. And then the one on the west side, we came to realize that if developed, it would cut off access from an adjacent deeded landowner. They have inholdings inside of the state trust land that they would have a very difficult time continuing to access if solar were fully developed. So these are just pieces that in hindsight, we realized we wouldn't have included them. Given where we're at, we will try to get them back if we can.
Well, when you say if we can, I mean, they're planning leases, so we haven't approved them for production. Like,
well, yes, we're reaching out to the people who will hold the planning lease. We don't know how far along they are in their planning. And I think, I can't remember if David mentioned this, cumulatively, we've been paid about $1 million for these planning leases to date. The difficulty in clawing them back, if somebody's advanced for 3 years, assuming that they were going to be given the rights to this, it might be very difficult for us to say, well, oops, we made a mistake. Anything short of that, we will try to get it back.
Commissioner, I'd also like to add that these lessees are also spending money not just on the lease to us, but maybe trying to entitle the land or things like that based on these planning leases.
But overall, you're correct, Commissioner Butterworth. The board is not obligated to move forward with the planning leases or any portion of them necessarily.
Commissioner Heath?
I think we need to revisit our process then if we think there's reliability when planning's approved, when in fact, you know, planning usually does not mean that you'll absolutely get the application you're planning. Secondly, I guess I'm unclear, did Lindsay approve the recommendation to take that one property out of the stewardship trust?
This is Greg Okish. The two things. Your point about the process is correct, and we made those changes last year. So the leases you're seeing here today were put in place in 2016 and 17. We've realized since then that given the nature of this business, some of the expectations and things are a little different. That's what So when David's referring to under our new process, we would no longer, I don't believe we'd any longer find ourselves in this position. We were sort of learning while we were doing. Similarly, as it relates to the stewardship trust, in hindsight, we would not have I shouldn't say, we may not have put a planning lease on this property. It's hard to say, but given where we're at, we are prepared. And I'm speaking for Lindsay, and we can put her back on. I believe she's comfortable removing this property from the stewardship trust and replacing it with property that is more resilient and more connected. In both cases, I want to be absolutely clear, we are correcting things that I don't believe would happen today. And, you know, in some ways, ideally wouldn't have happened 4 years ago, but we're living with the situation that we have.
And I'd also just like to add, Commissioner Heath, that I'm very clear with our lessees, our renewable energy lessees, that what the planning lease means and what it doesn't mean, that it's really staff's on board with this, and we've analyzed it with all the right variables, but ultimately it requires board approval, and that may or may not happen, but that staff supports it to that degree.
I'll just chime in to kind of further answer Commissioner Heath's question too. I think in this particular situation, you know, would it be great if we could have every piece of land designated into the stewardship trust that deserved it and never develop anything? Sure, that'd be wonderful, but I know that's not realistic. And knowing that we have so much land available to us in the Chico Basin area, of all the places where I'm going to have, you know, heartburn about foregoing some of that, especially when it comes to, you know, meeting some goals of combating climate change, this is an area where I'm less uncomfortable with making that change, or even, I guess, frankly, comfortable with making that change, because we have so many other options of land we can designate.
This is the perfect, Lindsay just touched on it, this is sort of the perfect storm of 3 or 4 high-level goals being in conflict. Do we want to support renewable energy leasing and the improvements to climate change that represents? Absolutely. Do we want to protect the natural values on all our trust lands? Absolutely. But those don't go together. Do we want to support the local ag community and the resiliency and health of that community? Absolutely. This is a place where trade-offs are being made in all of those goals. And we haven't even started to touch on, you know, large game and things like that. So the reason for this conversation is really just that, in a nutshell, is choices need to be made.
David, do you want to continue?
Yeah. The fourth item that staff's taking into account is when it receives an application to convert a planning lease into a utility scale production lease, staff will work with the applicant to ensure that physical development is organized to minimize fragmentation and/or isolation of undeveloped state trust land. This is something we do with all these projects, but just wanted to point it out here. Staff will take steps to remove state trust land located inside of the proposed designated leasing area from the stewardship trust program, approximately 2,692 acres. Again, that's these acres here. Sorry, right here. And to replace those acres with state trust land in other locations with similar or better natural values and characteristics. As a result of the existing planning leases, there are some areas where there are private inholdings inside these project areas. And as a possible solution for lessees affected by these specific leases, staff will investigate the potential to pursue land for land exchanges that eliminate these private inholdings and allow adjacent private landowners to obtain adjacent state trust land that is critical to their operations. The area that staff initially determined to be of high value for potential utility scale solar project is outlined in blue, as you see here. And this is what's in your cover sheet. as we've been discussing, there are significant trade-offs when approving utility scale solar projects on state trust land. The main trade-off is that most other uses are not compatible with solar leasing, most notably agricultural leasing. Staff recognizes this inherent tension between increasing renewable energy leasing on state trust land and maintaining healthy relationships with the grazing industry and local rural communities, and has tried to remain as thoughtful as possible while balancing these somewhat conflicting goals that the board has. This map is a pretty crude map, but the point we're trying to make with this map is just to show that the lessees that are affected by this originally designated solar leasing area, which includes the existing solar leases that you see in yellow. Those lessees are Robert Norris, Hannah Ranches, Kenny Burke, Frost Livestock, and Toro Rock LLC. Each of these lessees' ranching operations will be significantly affected to varying degrees by the solar development in this area. To put that in more of a numbers format, this table shows that how each agricultural lessee will be affected. So the table shows the acres that are leased, that are in the agricultural leases. It then shows the total state trust land acres leased that are also under the existing solar planning lease. And then also it shows the acres that are within the original proposed solar leasing area. And then finally, it shows the potential percentage of agricultural lessees total affected acres. And I say potential because we don't know for sure how many of these solar projects will move forward, but this is showing you what would happen if all of those acres were affected, went into a production lease or moved forward with projects.
David, when I go back, if you don't mind, when it says 100%,
yeah, that means that 100% of their acres are within these two areas.
Of their leased acreage.
They're, yeah, agricultural leased acres. Does that make sense?
I don't know that I'm tracking this.
So in this case, Hannah Ranches, for example, in this scenario, is leasing from the state land board 5,932 acres.
Right.
Under the existing solar planning lease, there's 2,300 acres, and then under the proposed leasing area that staff is gonna focus on, another 3,619 acres of their lease.
Additional.
Additional, yes.
Oh.
So these two combined create the 100%.
And then, so does that mean like that covers that that means that it covers their entire lease. So would they no longer be ag lessees?
Yes, that's correct. And that's if the planning lease moved forward and if future leases were obtained on these acres.
Okay.
That's what this column means here.
David, is it fair to say you're trying to point out the problem here? This isn't the solution. This is
right. Yeah.
You're identifying the issue.
That's correct.
Yeah. Want to be clear, I don't think we're trying to do that. That's why we're here today.
Yes. Yes. No, I mean, that's for me, a great table.
Well, and originally, that planning, that brings us to the next slide here. That area was the area that staff was suggesting that we focus on, and the net effect would be those percentages. However, this continues to be an evolving discussion, and staff had more detailed discussions since the cover sheets went out. And in an effort to consider how our agricultural lessees are affected, staff determined that it made sense to reduce the proposed solar leasing area that staff will focus on for these solar projects. And those areas are outlined in blue on this map. So basically it eliminates this area here that was originally included. Okay, so what this area does include, it's most of the existing planning lease area that had some, and the areas that had some recent interest that you see in green over here. And then it includes some additional area immediately adjacent to the existing solar planning lease in the north, this section here and this section here, of which I had interest in months ago, years ago, like maybe a year ago, but it didn't come to fruition. I don't know all the reasons why, but there was interest at one point in those parcels as well, which is why we wanted to include them here. Another key reason that staff decided to reduce the area to focus renewable energy leasing on is because the State Land Board hasn't received any interest in this area to date. And I've been receiving a lot of interest in various areas, including this area, but it's all been focused down in here. And again, like I said, a little bit up here, but nothing here. I don't know what those reasons are, if it's because of topography, the transmission line in particular, its closeness to the substations, but nonetheless, we haven't received much interest in that area, so we felt it was prudent to go ahead and reduce that and not include it in this area that we're talking about. So this table represents the acres affected by the revised proposed solar leasing area. As you can see, some of the total percentages are reduced, such as this lease. It gets reduced from 100% down to 39%. And this lease here, which was originally at 70%, gets reduced down to 59%. Still a major effect for sure, but again, staff trying to make an effort here to minimize that effect.
So,
Commissioner Heath?
yes, so when you talk about diminishing that, are you talking about when that lease is up again for approval, or would you step in now and do it?
We would step in if the project moves forward, if a solar leasing project would move forward. So now that
when you talk about the 18,450 acres that you're proposing, would that be all of those in that northern and southern blue lined?
That's a good question. So the cover sheet had a different blue line in it, and it consisted of the 18,000 acres. My next slide was going to sort of talk about those numbers a little bit. They're reduced. So rather than 18,450 acres, it's a number less than that, around 14,000 acres.
I see.
And I think that's shown on the next slide here, or talked about, yeah. So overall, staff believes that the proposed leasing area establishes a reasonable balance between the agency's renewable energy goals and its interest in maintaining large historic grazing leases that are critical to the ongoing agricultural operations. Designating an area where the renewable energy leasing team can focus its efforts will facilitate clear and effective communication with potential customers and expedite the process of evaluating planning lease applications. And it will also provide other state land board lessees, our agricultural lessees, recreation, for example, with clear insight into the agency's plans and intentions. Staff believes that the proposed designated leasing area is likely large enough to accommodate anticipated utility scale solar leasing demand on state trust land in this area for the immediate future. And so this area consists of a total of 14,342 acres. That's everything in the blue lines here and the blue line up north.
Yeah. I'm sorry. So if I were, I'm sorry, David, was that your summary?
No, I had a little bit more, but
just before you move on,
sure.
The area that's just east of the designated area that shows itself in stewardship trust, is that shortgrass prairie, or what makes that eligible for stewardship trust?
Yeah, that whole section, kind of where David's got his pointer right now, and also the part that's under the planning lease, that was all designated in sort of two big chunks for the central shortgrass prairie.
So let me, David, before you get to your summary, let me try to, I think I'm anticipating some questions. Let me see if I can get to them. So Commissioner Heath, let me recap. The board delegated authority to staff to issue these planning leases. Starting 4 years ago, we got into the business of utility scale solar, and we were sort of learning as we went. And we issued all the leases in yellow. We then realized that most of these leases were moving towards production, and the investment on the part of our lessees was really significant. And so we changed our process. Maybe today we wouldn't have issued all of these the same way, but maybe we would have. We are where we are. We're trying to take a step back and correct. And when we look at the pattern on the landscape, there's about 12,000 acres currently leased that we expect you will be asked for a production lease on. Staff will continue, if let's say those production leases or those planning leases weren't, those people didn't come forward and ask to convert, we would try to lease that for planning purposes again. Inside the blue line, we would proactively continue to try to market this for solar. Outside the blue line, we're not saying we wouldn't accept a planning lease. We're saying if we got an application and we thought it had merit, we would bring it to the board. So we would ask for your input earlier.
Greg, when we issued the planning lease, I can't recall, what say, if any, does the ag lessee did, or, in my mind, if I'm trying to go back then, and sort of the spirit with which we, the sort of this nature of we want to encourage exploration and possibility. I don't recall if we had alerted ag lessees, and are we simply telling them, hey, we've decided, we're trying to balance goals here, and this is under the lease. I know I want to say that Maggie Hanna has addressed this before, or something, or we've discussed it. I'm just trying to remember. Does the ag lessee have any standing in this?
In the first iteration, early days before 2018, we did not consult with the planning lessee until we had an application for a production lease.
With the ag lessee. We didn't consult with the ag lessee.
Until we had an application for a production lease. Starting last year, we now consult with the ag lessee before we issue the planning lease. And if they can either sign off and say we're not concerned, or they can say we are concerned, in which case we bring it to the board.
Right.
So change in process. I guess the only other thing I want to highlight, and the lessees on that list will have to speak for themselves, but David, go back to the table. This one's fine. So this does not list how many deeded acres somebody operates on. This is just what they lease. Robert, and I will briefly summarize, Robert Norris is a very large landowner. Currently, all of his deeded land is for sale. So just, you can frame this through that lens if you choose to. Hannah Ranches does have.
Hold on, Greg. Director Ryan.
I was just saying, Mr. Norris passed away last year, you may recall, and his family and estate are sort of getting out of the deeded land business, is my understanding. So, sorry.
So just for context, Hannah Ranches, Mr. Burke, Mr. Frost, I will leave it to speak to you because they can tell you exactly how much deeded land they have. I don't know. Toro Rock is a lessee who has told us they are getting out of the grazing business. We are working with them to time the removal of this acreage from their lease to coincide with their departure from the business. So in terms of a direct impact on a lessee, an operator who is working in the business and intends to stay in the business, I think we're really focused on the three middle ones, if that helps frame it for you.
Yep.
Greg, the only thing I would add is that, when we changed our process, we sent letters out to all of the agricultural planning lessees that are affected by our solar leases, where they weren't originally notified, and we didn't do this extensive review. We sent letters out to all of them, just letting them know that there is this planning lease that's been in place for some time on their parcels. And I think that's one of the that's what sort of prompted, I think, Maggie Hanna, for example, and Kenny Burke, and Mr. Frost to come to the board some time ago.
Can you, David, can you bring this to the end and do a wrap up? I think we're ready to have some conversation, and so I'm not sure if there's much more to be.
No, the only additional thing I just wanted to add, just from, I think you guys know this by now, but just to summarize, the board generally sees in this particular area, $4 to $4.50 per acre for our agricultural leasing. We received anywhere between $9 and $12 an acre for our renewable energy planning leases, and then approximately $375 to $500 an acre for our solar production leases. Of course, we have one example of that, but that's the range that we feel solar production leases will be in. And yeah, that's it. Greg, to your point, here's a slide that has a few questions that Greg mentioned earlier on that we want to specifically get the board's feedback on.
So again, the general questions are this concept of staff putting some sideboards in place in terms of what we'll do in this part of El Paso County, some feedback on that. The notion, the boundary that we're contemplating using, what did we miss? And then specifically, depending on where this conversation goes, unless directed otherwise, staff would intend to proceed to award those 2 additional planning, well, I don't know if it's 1, 2, or award planning leases in that additional area on the south part of the map, and take steps to remove the stewardship trust land and replace it. And if those, if the board's not comfortable with that, we need to know that. So with that, Commissioner Butterworth, I think it's up to you how you'd like to maybe solicit comments and questions. And
if it's okay with our commissioners, I see that some of these lessees are in attendance. I think it'd be helpful to give them the opportunity to make comment, if that's good with you all, and then we can come back to the discussion. So if there are attendees who wish to make comment on this item, use your raise hand feature and we can promote you.
And David, would you put a map up while we're talking? I think we may need a map.
Commissioner Butterworth, I've promoted Jay Frost and Maggie Hanna to panelists.
Okay. All right, I see Maggie. You are on mute. If you unmute, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Butterworth. And I want to thank the State Land Board staff for a number of things. But I will start by saying you all have heard from me. You've heard from me several times over the last year, and you will likely continue to hear from me. So in an effort to not be a complete broken record, I want to start with a reminder from Dr. Seuss that unless someone cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. So I am here on behalf of the Lorax and Hanna Ranch. I understand the deep conflict that the commissioners and land board staff have to face in generating revenue and managing these landscapes around the state of Colorado. And I can almost promise you that in my lifetime, I will never be able to pay you $1 million to do 3 years worth of planning. I do want to just revisit a conversation that we've already had today and what you guys have been having for the last year about the Chico Basin Ranch. And I think when I look at philosophies that the State Land Board staff and commission have to grapple with, the comment was made that a 25-year lease is incredibly unique. And I just want you to know that you guys have issued almost 20 planning leases that will create these long-term leases. And just a question to think about, because I am in the category still of a young producer. Where we will all be in 25, 35, and 45 years, and who will have to reap the repercussions of the end of these leases, and what happens to this landscape over those generations, and what happens to these communities. I think the other piece that I want to add, just on behalf of the Hanna family, is that I am not here to fight solar. I'm not here to fight this big goal that is coming from the governor's office. I am here, though, to fight for my community. And if you put 5 of us out of business, your Chico Basin conversation might look a lot different. You know, like these ecosystems are not just on the ground, they are also in how we function as humans. So I obviously have noted the impact of this level of development is enormous, and I will apologize upfront to staff who has provided me numbers on a number of occasions, and I will probably get the numbers wrong, but I just want to think about, you know, the State Land Board has 30,000 acres under planning lease right now, and by rough math, the number of acres that would need to be under solar panels to generate the amount of electricity that the state of Colorado would need to be renewable by 2040 is just 50,000. So you're well over half, representing half of the solar development in the state of Colorado to meet the governor's big goals. I want to thank staff for thinking critically about what planning leases and the boundary of the proposed solar development area. But on behalf of Hanna Ranch, the 2,000 acres that are currently under planning lease completely sever me from the 3,000 acres that I would still have access to north of that boundary. So the blue acreage south of the Norris property and north of your current boundary are also leased by Hanna Ranch. The Hanna Ranch headquarters is southwest of that boundary. So I would, in effect, have no access to those acres unless I needed to drive through Fountain, Colorado to get to them. I want to also thank staff. Staff met with Kenny Burke, Jay and Sam Frost, and myself last week to discuss this, and I really deeply appreciate the level of engagement. It was me who approached the land board in December of 2019. We received letters of these planning leases November 27th of 2019, and like my acres under lease currently would expire in May of this year. So this is a time frame that I understand staff has had time to reflect. We all have some hindsight here on how this process does and will look different moving forward. But I want you to know that we have only been aware of this for a year, and now 50% of my operable acres will be potentially out of commission. I also, I want to go back to a point made by the commissioners earlier about the commitment of moving from a planning lease to a production lease. I think I just ask that we carry that with some weight as we move forward and have this conversation. And I appreciate what solar panels offer to both the governor's goal and our efforts towards renewable and a clean energy future. I have deep frustrations with the concept that there might be other benefits to this landscape by covering them with an impervious surface. I appreciate Lindsay's comments about the shortgrass prairie, and I hope you guys will look at that map of what has been converted historically and what is not currently converted, and think really critically about the value of shortgrass prairie, not just in the habitat that it provides, but in the carbon sequestration that is available on these landscapes. I will be the first to admit, if you would like to give me some tips on adjusted management, I would be happy to make those. But I don't want to lose sight of, really, we don't get these intact soils back after they have been disturbed and covered up. And I think to boot, like, we're gonna have this conversation in a year where we faced a significant rate increase. We had long conversations about public access, and we're now having these long conversations about solar, and it is very, very hard for a young operator to look at the amount of money that comes from these solar developments and have any hope for being at the table. You know, I understand your commitment to generating revenue. I also want you to know that like I have a commitment to that place, and I will until the end. So I will leave that there. I'm happy to answer any questions about the rest of our operation, but I appreciate that this continues to be on your agenda, and I appreciate the adjustments in procedure that you guys have made over the last 18 months. I just sort of is a bummer that I had to be the corrected issue.
Maggie, two things. Would you mind, I think the commissioners would be interested, how much deeded land do you run on?
It's just shy of 3,000 acres.
Okay, so the lease is a bigger
Is
part of your
almost-
operation, is the bigger part of your
The
operation.
lease is almost double of my deeded ground. So I am being coached by some of my other young producers on how to think creatively about what survival looks like. But I will note that the Hanna family has had that lease since 1947. So we've been in it for the long haul. We want to be good partners. I'd like to make it to 2047, but
Yeah, thanks.
there you go.
And then I feel compelled to offer one clarification. You know, sometimes I guess I really don't hear what I say. So when I said that a 25-year lease is really unique, I meant specifically ag leases. You raise a very good point. Many of our other leases go longer, and I just want to offer that. I'll try to be more articulate in my presentations. So.
Greg, I apologize for using your reference out of context, but I
No,
do
that's okay.
want to think about that as a really long term. And solar is a single use on these landscapes. You know,
Yeah.
oil and gas leases, you can still recreate and graze on them. But solar is high fenced. There's no wildlife. You know, that's it.
No, I
that's
think
generation.
your underlying point is still valid.
Thank you, and I apologize.
Thank you, Maggie. Any questions for Maggie? Comments? Mr. Frost, did you care to make comment? I see you're off mute. You're ready to go if you'd like. There he is. We can't hear you. Maybe go mute and unmute again. Try again. No.
I can call Jay and have him come through my sound if that is useful.
Maybe we can try that.
Can you hear him?
How about now? Hello?
Yeah.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, give it a run.
All right, well, thanks for the opportunity to talk a bit. I want to just talk about that most southern, hang on.
Maybe go ahead and put yourself on mute.
As part of that, that the most southern site, the proposed site, it's about 3 sections, of land, and I just want to tell you that, if that land goes but and/or have some more. We'd sure like to be in part of the action too, possibly on some of our deeded land with the solar folks. Right stands right now. You know, we're going to get hurt economically if we don't do something a little bit more creatively. Sam, do you want to say something about that? Recreational?
Yeah, so that we were fortunate enough to be granted another recreation lease. And we would lose access to that, yellow parcel, 2,000 acres, 2,100 acres within the stewardship trust. And then maybe that, that green piece also. And that's probably worth $1,000 a year. The main thing on that, from a rec perspective, is the big game movement. There are a lot of antelope in that area. It's tough to hunt, but it's a really important part of that landscape because when you hunt it, the antelope move off the top into the hills, and then you can actually have a successful hunt. So I think, it is beneficial from a recreation perspective. I think generally, if these parcels go into production leases, we're going to side with Maggie. We're not going to fight you on this, but we certainly need to be present for the conversation because we have, vested interest in pipelines and fences. We own improvements in those parts of those lands, and so we would like to be present, moving forward. And if it comes down to it, we certainly want to have the conversation about including some pieces of our deeded land within those leases because the value of our deeded land next to a solar facility decreases. And I mean, that's just, I don't know how to get around that. It doesn't make me feel comfortable. I don't like it. And I'm in the same boat as Maggie. We are young producers, and I don't want to go anywhere. I've been here my whole life as Maggie, and we want to continue to do and operate in a similar capacity and maintain a strong relationship with the board and staff, and we look forward to that. So I think that's it. Kenny, you want to say something?
I agree with Frost and Hannah on all these items, and I want to thank you guys for looking at where my house is and trying to maybe take those acres out. But I've put some of that land together and leveraged on it, and if we're right adjacent to solar, I just hope that we're maybe can work with you guys and be informed going forward. That's all. Yeah, one more point, on that most southern boundary, right against our deeded land, for sure we would want a quarter of a mile buffer at the least. And that's due to a housing or a dwelling. That's where, Kenny's dad lived. So we've got another headquarters right there. It would just be nice if we didn't, if they didn't drive up the hill and see solar panels right off the bat. So if it comes down to it.
I just want to add, because I think Jay and Kenny have gotten to this point, and I know that we have communicated this to staff, but I would ask commissioners to evaluate and understand the implication of not just reduced acreage for these ag lessees, but that it has a direct negative impact on the value of our deeded ground. And these are our homes, these are our livelihoods. So we understand that we are just a lessee of the state land, but there is a direct negative correlation to the value of our own deeded ground in this community by not being directly involved in solar development.
Really quick, for the record, I just want to make sure we captured who else was with Jay. We had Jay Frost. Who else has spoke?
Sam Frost.
Sam Frost and Kenny Burke. Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for, we'd heard from, I mean, for any of our public commenters? Let me just do a quick ask if there are any other members of the public who wish to make comment on this.
Seeing any.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And Maggie and Jay, we'll keep you on here until we conclude our discussion.
Commissioner Nate Tanner raised his hand just as we were.
Oh, okay. Do you want to promote him if you would?
Working.
Welcome, Nate. You're on mute.
Am I unmuted now?
You're good. Yep.
Okay.
Welcome.
Great. Luckily, Bohart and my family is not directly related to this issue, but I just wanted to voice my support for Hannah's, Burks, and Frost. They're an essential part of our community, and I would do anything that I could to help them stay viable, stay in business, and stay in this community. And I just wanted to include that. I know that's maybe superficial, but that's honest how I feel. They're just essential to this community, and I support them 100%.
Okay. Thanks, Nate.
Thank you.
Commissioner Heath?
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but these are exactly the kinds of issues that come up when you review things during a planning period and then affect the recommendations of staff. So often we can't look back, but it may be in this case we need to. And I know there's reliance on folks who've been given a planning grant, but we need to be thoughtful about how we proceed and what these past decisions mean for our sort of good neighborliness with folks who are our existing lessees.
I think I'm grateful we don't have to make a decision on this today. Like, this is, I'm deeply concerned about this, and you know, thoughts that sort of go through my mind. I mean, development and you know, greater good. And when you, oftentimes, you know, decisions have to be made thinking about, you know, the energy needs of the state and the energy needs of the broader community, the almost 1 million people who live in and around El Paso County. You know, but we're sitting here and you know, we're a state land board that owns 3 million acres, and one of our values is land stewardship, and you know, just an incredible part of our heritage and our, you know, our history. So it's this is deeply concerning, and I wrote a question to myself as sort of what's the right thing to do, and I recognize we're in a planning lease, and entities have invested, you know, millions or close to $1 million on this. but there's definitely real impact, and we're talking, you know, how do you measure impact on a community? And we've seen, you know, what's happened to our Eastern Plains community, and then I immediately say, well, we're fiduciaries for the beneficiaries of the trust and school children, and so, you know, how do we weigh that in a decision like this? And then, of course, you know, the pressures from the governor, and you know, those are important, and certainly the intent behind them is about what's good for Colorado. So I don't really have, I'm just sort of riffing here, but
Yeah.
that's a lot of what's going through my head.
David, will you put the last slide up again, please? And I just want that up for a minute. We can keep talking.
Yeah, Commissioner Carney.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough, and I appreciate the ranchers getting on. And I think one thing that's easy to overlook on these grazings is we get to thinking, oh, it's grazing, but these guys are providing essential things to the public also as food. I mean, we're talking power, very important, but food is what they're providing, and that's huge too.
Yeah. Yeah. Commissioner Heath, yeah.
Gary, you started your comments by the way, I agree with your comments, but you started them by saying, I'm glad we don't have to make a decision now, but we do in fact have an opportunity to make a decision, right? Because only planning leases have been issued. There's still a decision point at which these are approved by the board. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess this is an information item, so I believe legally we can't we can't take action on anything today.
I would, oh, I'm sorry. I have a couple of thoughts, but I'll wait. Commissioner Butterworth, tell you would like to hear them.
Commissioner Heath, did you have further comments? Or were you?
No, I guess I'm trying to look at some resolution on this.
Yeah.
And uncertain about the process, and also for those folks who have been issued the planning leases, there are other properties around these parcels, or are they only in this area? Have they been issued planning leases in other areas?
Greg, you want to take a run, or
Well,
we come to you? Yeah.
Yeah, a couple, some thoughts. We can come back next month. If this is a conversation you would like to continue, we can come back next month. That's an alternative with additional information and maybe a request for action. You know, regarding planning leases, I think we've acknowledged that we might have done things differently, and we do them differently today. I think if there's a consideration that the board is not comfortable moving ahead with these, we don't want to wait until somebody comes to us with a request for a production lease. We had to call them up today and say, we're going to cancel your planning lease. I don't want to have them keep the meter running if we think we're not. And I think that the perception, our understanding has changed. I think we now know that when we award a planning lease, we should anticipate that we're comfortable going forward. I'm not saying you don't have options. You absolutely do. I just think we should be comfortable that we move forward. So I was just going back to this slide because I think what I'm hearing is the board would like to see some sideboards. Oh, I know. I was going to say one other thing. Keep in mind, if we want to participate in this, we can't just move it out to the Eastern Plains somewhere. It has, as David said, they're interested in leases in this place because there's a market and there's transmission.
Yeah, right.
So we may have to make some choices about what we're going to participate in and how. So it does sound like sideboards are appealing, and maybe some sideboards that are even more aggressive than what staff suggested. We can come back and talk about that. In terms of specific actions, if I have to put words in your mouth, I'm not hearing comfort with the idea of issuing any additional planning leases in this area. I mean, I'm hearing discomfort with where we are. So I think that if that's a feedback you'd like to give us that is useful, and we could share that with the parties who inquired. From a stewardship trust standpoint, we don't have to make that. Staff was intending to move forward. We think there's better places to do it. I'd probably say we should move ahead regardless, but we can table that as well if you're uncomfortable with that staff action.
I mean, Gary, I would say one of the concerns is of course, when, as in Greg's words, the meter is running, the more that's invested in a planning process, the more difficult it is to try to work something out. So that's a concern.
Greg, is it possible at this point to, understanding now that we've had conversations with Berks, Hannah's, Frost, and others, and understanding some of the impacts of where it is and isn't tolerable, and each operation's a little different and got a little bit different goals and geographic layout. I think I just lost Greg in all that, but is it possible to take that and go back to some of the folks with planning leases and say, it doesn't need to be binary. We don't need to say like, we're tearing up your planning lease, but we need to say, you need to know that if you come forward, we need to accommodate the following issues. Is that possible at this point? And if
I can
if
speak
you want to
to
tell
it.
me,
Greg's not on.
yeah.
This is
Chris,
Christopher Smith.
if you want to tell me to be quiet and we ought to have this discussion later, that's fine also. But I'm not sure it's binary, that it's all or nothing right now.
That's correct. This is Christopher Smith, Real Estate Section Manager. It's not binary. And in fact, that's from the solar developer standpoint, they're using the planning lease period to figure out what works for them. And then they come to us with a proposal of the acreage, that they would like to develop, and the economics, and who they've been negotiating with, which utility they've been negotiating with. And at that point, that's when we can consider the whole proposal and come to the board with the whole proposal, both economics and geography and where it's located. But it is possible to start that sooner with them. We can start that in the middle of their planning and say, we're going to have these stipulations. So start planning for those stipulations.
Yeah.
And Chris, I think to Commissioner Heath's point, we're doing some of the planning at the same time also, and we're learning what's going to work for us and not work for us.
Right.
And so I think maybe it's time to sit down and say, hey, what are you guys thinking? And here's some of the things we've been thinking about during the same planning period. Now, like, we're understanding the overall scope of this and its impact on us and our existing partners, and we need to work through this together. Commissioner Heath, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but my sense was that's where you were going.
Right, it is. You're
Commissioner
permitted to put
Shaw.
those words in my mouth.
Commissioner Shaw.
Yeah, I really am very much supportive of getting together with these other organizations sooner rather than later. And to Josie's point, every month that passes by makes it more difficult. So I really think this is something, we have an opportunity, I think, to sit down with the whole group. And at this stage, there ought to be ways that we can find compromise.
Yeah, these leases, because they were issued prior to our change in process, are nearing their expiration. I mean, they're further along in their process, and so they'll know more about their needs and their planning. I'd also like to note that, when we issued these leases way back when, this was prior to Xcel's Colorado Energy Plan, and certainly prior to any of the utilities' 100% goals, and prior to the Polis administration even coming into office. And so the likelihood of these actually going to production, they were over planning at that point in time. They were looking at lots of different pieces of land to see what would work. And so now we know, with all the demand for this type of power, that people are leasing, what exactly they think they're going to use in the future from here forward.
Commissioner Scanlon?
No, I just was going to echo what Bill's perspective, and I share Josie's unease. So Bill, I just wanted to thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
Justin, I saw you raise your hand. Were you going to make a comment?
I more or less just to say I noticed Maggie had raised her hand if she wanted to make a comment.
I don't want to use Commissioner Heath's term, and one of my favorites, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do understand, and I think our community fully understands that we are now a very functional utility corridor, and that is a burden we have to bear. I think our ask is that you, staff and commission, connect with these planning leases and understand so that we aren't doing hodgepodge developments on some acres and not other acres just because they were in the original planning lease. Because there are ways that this can function. I'm not sure we're at that configuration today.
So I think there was endorsement of Bill's comment about getting people to the table, start having the conversations. It seems to me, given a lot of these questions, that it wouldn't be prudent to issue an additional planning leases at this time. Can I get a head nod or, yeah, I think so. That's good.
Well,
Commissioner Heath?
right. In a typical planning at a county level, for example, there's a planning commission, and in that process, they would do a little bit about what Bill's proposing right now is sit down with all of the folks who would be involved and talk about what would be acceptable to a board if it were to go forward. And it can go forward anyway, but if they know that it's probably not going to fly, they're more inclined to negotiate at a planning level. And I feel like, I don't know that it's stopping all issuing of planning leases as much as it is. I believe you've said you've changed your process for how you'll do planning. Am I right in that?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. At this point, we reach out to the lessees before issuing a planning lease at all and start that conversation. And then if the lessees do have a concern with it, then we all bring it to the board for a larger discussion.
I guess
prior to the planning lease.
I guess for me at this time, even moving forward with that, there's been a call or a question about what our even revised proposal is for where these can and cannot be. So I don't know how you could have that discussion yet if we haven't approved and worked through all of this, if we haven't approved where we will consider,
Mm-hmm. So maybe what you're saying, Gary, is that we need to go back as board and staff and revisit our criteria for where these leases might be issued. Is that what you're saying, just as a general policy?
Well, I think we have to, so the staff has presented here what, their revised thinking and what their revised proposal is. And we've heard today, about some real impact and in the context of how it actually impacts a community, specific families and lessees. And I think, I guess like part of me is thinking like we need to sort of, I'd want to be able to just look at all of this and the commission or the board come to a level of comfort and understand, holistically, yes, we're doing this and we acknowledge that there will be an impact to these lessees, and we understand we're making this decision, holistically. And not to say that we haven't, that's not our chart, that's not how we haven't, not to say that's how we've operated, is that we don't look at things holistically. But I think what we've demonstrated is we're learning, and we now have new information. And I mean, I'm respectful of the fact that dollars are being spent every day. So I'm not looking to make this a long drawn out discussion, but it's, we haven't made a final decision on these things. And so I think, part of the intent and the spirit with which we issued the planning leases was that it was discovery. And somewhere along the way, it shifted to, whoops, this is happening. And, we're now in a position where we're feeling like, geez, this got accelerated, and it hasn't necessarily given, us the opportunity to really work through this. And I say that, I feel like we're always very thoughtful and very methodical in our process, but
do you think that if we follow Bill's suggestion and what comes out of this for this particular incident might give us some criteria for how we would proceed?
Yeah, and I think it's like the way I solve problems in something like this is try to get the parties to the table, be honest about the pulls that we're feeling every which way, so that we can allow people to share where they're coming from. We can hear from the people who have the planning leases saying, oh my God, you do this and I'm going bankrupt because I've invested, my life savings on this. We're hearing from, our ag lessees. Just before this, we're in the Chico Basin and Tyler's talking about the blood, sweat, and tears of our lessees and how, we've got to reward them and honor them. And now here, a different scenario because, we're only generating $450 an acre grazing the land, and we can generate $350 an acre or more. I know it's not that simple, but
no.
That's how I would proceed, so that we're allowing to hear all the parties, and then we have to structure, okay, here's the governor, how do we feel about this? Here's the local community, how do we feel about this? And I recognize there's probably not a solution where everyone's satisfied, but we could at least begin to understand the financial impact to our lessees. If this goes, what are we doing to our lessees, to that community? Can we somehow quantify that? And then, is there any way to help that, offset that? These are, I don't have the answers, and but those are the thoughts that are going through my head. Like, there's a part of me that's like, if the government comes and takes lands, there's some level of compensation. I get that these aren't their lands, they're our lands and so forth, and there's precedent to be set, all that sort of stuff, but it's sticky. We haven't made a final decision, and I'm happy. I don't have a problem going to these folks and saying, look, we have new information, and we're gonna at least look at it and process it before we just say, well, we didn't intend for this to happen. We're just gonna bite the bullet. If we're gonna bite the bullet, I want to do it because we've evaluated everything and come to the conclusion that that's what we're going to do.
Gary, I wholeheartedly support your perspective and view on this, and I agree.
Yeah.
Commissioner, if this were to go to the board today under the current process, that's exactly what we would be doing. We would be having this conversation prior to issuing a planning lease. This area here in El Paso County is the only area that's in this situation where the planning leases are still in place that did not go through the old process. And so that's why we're honing in on this discussion today.
Yeah, I get it. That's why this is really sticky.
Yeah.
Commissioner, I'd like to
Yeah,
add.
I guess my point is that I think going forward, we recognized that and have tried to accommodate for that. So we have these discussions first thing in the process. With
Oh,
all
yeah,
parties.
no, I got you. Yeah, I wasn't pointing fingers or anything.
Commissioner, I'd like to just make one clarification. I'm going to go back to this other map. These two parcels here, section 7 and 8, which is in the Toro Rock lease, they did go through our pre-application review, very detailed review, and as well as letting our agricultural SE know, who ultimately agreed to not object to the project. So out of all of these, those two parcels went through our process today that we wanted to move forward with. Not these down here, but 7 and 8 did. Not to change your mind about what you want us to do. I just wanted to make sure you understood that.
May I add to that?
Sure.
I think it's worth noting that the Toro Rock leases are owned by a family that formerly owned a property that is actively being developed for solar. And we had talked to staff about showing some private development so you could see the impact of what private development and public development is happening in that region. So just north of that small yellow block on the west side, is another development that was happening on the former JV ranches. So I think there's some management that's a little bit different with that particular parcel.
I would ask David, Chris, or Greg, what do you need moving forward? How do we, do you have a thought on, before we wrap this up?
Well, David, go back to the last slide again. In addition, no, the one with the, okay, thank you. So I'm hearing we should not proceed with any additional planning leases at this time. I'm hearing we should reach out to the existing planning lessees and figure out where they're at in the process and see if now is the best time to sit down with them and start to understand what a production lease could look like, given the issues and concerns that have been raised. I think I'm hearing that the board would like to have a conversation about what I'm not sure about this part. If I heard that you want to have a conversation about what our goals around renewable energy, and this is solar, renewable, utility scale, solar leasing are, are we in that business, or how are we in it, and how, because there are trade-offs. I don't know where you went with that, I guess. I'm looking for help. Bill, did you have a sense of where we're going?
Commissioner Heath?
I do.
Well, Greg, I'm speaking for one, but I don't think I heard that we want to go back and revisit whether we want to look at solar. I think we've had that conversation, and we really have said we're interested in alternative energy. I feel like that we have kind of two issues. One is on this one, and I heard from Bill a suggestion that the parties gather, and I don't know if, Bill, you meant just the agricultural parties or the potential solar company, and I'd need clarification on that. Greg, I think what we heard from you is that if you take into account the concerns we're raising during a planning lease stage, then that's what we're asking for. And I believe that's what you're proposing already. Is that right?
I think that what we're saying is starting a year ago, we're already doing that. So that has been, I believe we've already taken those steps. That sitting here today, if this something similar came along, you would be in the loop at the planning lease stage.
Yeah.
And we'd know whether or not the ag lessee was comfortable with the proposal.
Because I can remember when Maggie came to us in December and talked about the implications of solar on the land. I was thinking at that time, it's interesting information, but how does this relate? I didn't realize that this was coming and it would affect their properties. So it seems like it's really these properties that need to be worked out right now. That the planning process, as you propose it, will give us a way as a board to incorporate the things that we're saying we would like to have. Is that right to my other commissioners? Are you agreeing that that's kind of where we are?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I just had one comment, and I don't know how far off this is. As far as there was the sideboards, is there, I think Maggie brought up a good point when the solar is not layered. It's just, that's all you can do. Do we put in, some kind of stipulation on these ag leases where, because that chart that showed the percentages of land for everybody, do we do like I don't know what the number is, but it's, it doesn't encumber more than 10% of this lessee's leased land or something, to where it's not just devastating to somebody, if you could have a number that you're not going to go over or something. That's just a thought.
We could talk about it. I don't think a number, I think every case is unique. If somebody has a 640 acre lease and 10,000 acres of deeded land, then 10% wouldn't make any sense probably to the board. But if somebody only has owns a 640 and they lease, 20,000, then so I think I'd rather bring it to the board and let them evaluate that on a case by case basis. But I think that's one of the criteria you might choose to use.
Yeah. Bill?
I also think that the process now of sitting down with the ag lessee prior to issuing the planning lease and saying, do you going to object to this? Does this have, how big an impact does this have on your operation? I think gets to the point Commissioner Carney was making. Now, here in this situation, A, we didn't do that well enough. We have a different process. And B, we have sort of a nexus of a bunch of landowners near each other and sort of a nexus of issues that we've got to unravel. And so I think I've heard from the board with our existing planning leases, we need to understand the impacts on our partners. And then we need to go sit down with the people who have the planning leases and say, these are some things we're going to need out of you if this is going to go forward, if this is going to get approved by our board. On a go forward basis, I think we've got to do a better job of understanding the context. And we're taking some steps to do that by the way we're reaching out to our ag lessees. But I think there's other context as well. Some of it is talking to Lindsay or talking to Nature Conservancy and others and making sure we understand the stewardship piece, even if the ag lessee is fine with it.
Yeah.
And then I think there's probably also a CPW element here of, is this an important wildlife corridor? And if so, how do you design and lay out? What are the best management practices around particular wildlife? I am sure I'm going to hear about it from our staff later that I'm getting ahead of them. But I think what I'm hearing is we need to understand the context a little more holistically on future planning leases. So did I cover that okay? I'm looking for some heads.
Well said. Thank you for that. Better than I wouldn't have been able to articulate that as clearly. I guess sort of a final thought for me too, and I know we're hyper focused on southeast El Paso County in this particular area, but it wasn't lost on me when Maggie also said, same pressures, different pressures coming from CPW and wildlife access, and this is because of its proximity to population base, these folks and this land is getting, you know, it's not just this solar equation. And I feel like looking at this, you know, this is the opportunity for us to understand, you know, it's not just we got to solve the solar equation. This is, you know, these pressures are coming, and so perhaps even having a philosophy or an attitude or a policy around this corridor might be beneficial, because it's not going away. I mean, we're just growing, and the pressures are only going to be more acute, I think. So, Commissioner Heath.
One additional benefit from the public comment today that I took away was about the sustaining of an agricultural community collectively. And while I think we've talked a lot about plant and wildlife, we also, I think, all recognize that the support of agricultural community one for another is another factor here that was raised today that I thought was a very important contribution.
All right, more to come for sure. Thank you, Maggie and Jay and Sam and Kenny and staff for the robust conversation. I appreciate the thoughtfulness, and this is certainly a complex issue for us, but one that I think we understand and take seriously. Normally our time estimates for issues is like we overestimate. This was woefully underestimated. With that, it's a little after 1. I would propose that we take a 20-minute break so we can grab lunch, and then we'll, I think the last portion of our meeting, if our time estimates are accurate, shouldn't take too long. So if we could reconvene at 1:20.
Thank you.
See, we're good? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll reconvene a public meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. Today is Wednesday, January 13th. We are conducting the meeting via Zoom web conferencing, reconvening after a brief lunch break, and we're on to our final action items. And first up is an IND fund request, tab 7, and Mike Pollard. Welcome, Mike. Mike, you're on mute.
And your video's off.
Mike might not be there. We'll give a second or two. Rachel's with us. Do we want to jump to item B?
Rachel
Okay.
and Matt are both here.
Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll jump to item 3B, Jack Canyon Land for Land Exchange, tab 8. Who's taking the lead, Matt or Rachel?
I'll be taking the lead on this one. Good morning, or good
morning.
afternoon.
Yep.
Can you see my slides okay?
Yep.
All right, wonderful. Well, hello, commissioners. It's a pleasure being here with you today. For the record, my name is Rachel Brooks, South Central District Resource Specialist at the Colorado State Land Board. Today, I'm here to discuss a 40-acre land for land exchange on the Jack Canyon property in Otero County. The cover sheet in your board packet included a description of the project and all the details. A land appraisal was conducted and the results were discussed during this morning's executive session. Today, I will be providing a brief background and describe the proposed land exchange. I'll also discuss the staff's recommendation, and I'll address any comments or questions that you might have. At the conclusion of our discussion, you will be asked to vote on the proposed land for land exchange, which will improve land management in a few ways. There's the potential to improve grazing management, for the construction of a boundary fence between state trust land and private land, and to reduce unintentional trespass from hunters. The Jack Canyon property that we are discussing is located in southeast Otero County and is managed by the South Central District Office. For a quick look on the ground, this is a semi-arid landscape with loamy soils and sandstone outcrops. Vegetation is dominated by pinyon pines, juniper, blue grama, and sand dropseed. The state grazing leases in this area are conservatively rated at 5.3 acres per AUM, animal unit months, or about 63 acres per cow per year. The map on this slide illustrates the Jack Canyon property. This property was enrolled into the public access program last year and totals in 7,769 acres. The eastern portion of this property is where our discussion will be focused today. Currently, there is only partial fencing and road access to the property is from the county road through a mutual easement. The easement agreement is held between the State Land Board and Mr. Brian Simmons, who owns land adjacent to the state trust property. The easement can be seen here in the red, along with Mr. Simmons' private land in this brown color, and the proposed land for land exchange. In late 2020, Mr. Simmons approached the South Central District Office about his intent to build a border fence between his property and state trust land. Zooming in on section 11, where the proposed land for land exchange lies, you can see that this 40 acres of state trust land is bordered on 3 sides by private land. Similarly, this private land is bordered on 3 sides by state trust. From a land management perspective, this creates difficulty for grazing livestock. First, with the current configuration, there is no continuous fence. This allows cattle to pass between the properties. Second, cattle are less likely to graze in areas that they have to pass through bottlenecks or thinner openings. So imagine, if you will, that the fence existed today. As you can see here, cattle grazing on the private land would have to pass through this narrow opening. Similarly, our lessee's cattle would have to do the same. Third, there would be 2 water gaps with the current land configuration if the fence were erected. For reference, there's a stock tank in this area, and there's a stock tank in this area. Cattle grazing on either 40-acre property would be unable to travel in a direct line to a water tank, which creates 2 different water gaps. In addition to the benefits that the exchange would have on grazing management that we just discussed, the swap would reduce the length of the fence that Mr. Simmons needs to build by half a mile, allowing for lower construction costs. The current road easement would not be affected, but the exchange would improve land access for both us and the Simmons family. An additional benefit is that any unintended trespass by both hunters and cattle would reduce. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the board approve the exchange of the 40-acre properties in Otero County. That completes my prepared remarks, so I welcome your questions or your comments, but for easy reference, I placed the board order here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Rachel. Any questions or comments for Rachel? I'll ask for public comment to any of our attendees. If you would like to make comment on this item, just hit the raise your hand button and we'll bring you forward. Seeing none, seems logical and a win-win, which I know we try to achieve. So I'd entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Carney. I move to proceed with the board order in the packet there on the land for land exchange on the 40 acres.
Okay, as presented in our packet and on this presentation. It's been moved by Commissioner Carney. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Heath. Any further discussion? I'll take a roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. All right. Thank you, Rachel.
Great. Thank you all for your time.
And it appears Mike Pollard is with us. At least he's unmuted. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I am, Commissioners.
All right. Then we'll go back up to item 3A, tab 7, an IND fund request. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mike Pollard, Southeast District Manager. Excuse me. We are here today to discuss an IND fund for a property in Bent County. And for this exercise, we will call it the Retzloff Irrigation Improvements, because this is the parcel you will be familiar with as we go through this. First, I will give you, this is a final action. I will give a brief history, a summary, and a recommendation. And as I stated, this Retzloff property's name will go away. It will become a Bent County property because as we go through. This whole process today is to just demonstrate to the board the efficiency of sprinkler irrigation and the use of our water rights to increase lease revenue on our properties. This property is located in Bent County in southeast Colorado. It is 192 acres, has 164 acres or shares of water of the Fort Lyon Canal Company. This is the property. Can you see my cursor, Commissioners?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the property located a half a mile south of US 50 and about 3 miles east of McClave, Colorado. As I said, this has 192 acres of farm ground, 164 shares of Fort Lyon Canal water. Now, invest in research for this property when we purchased it. I visited with the tenant that had it, and he admitted that they tried to irrigate it totally with those 164 shares, but it was not efficient. He felt like that efficiently he could only water about 100 shares or 100 acres of that property. The revenue enhancement of the flood irrigation to the center pivot irrigation system is increased efficiency, increased production, and increased revenue for the state land board because of the increasement in the acres that could be watered. Now this is an aerial view, and I will explain the overall layout of it. Most of you, if you've ever seen an aerial view of a center pivot, the pivot is in the middle of the property. That is not possible to do on this property because it is not a square with the world quarters property. It has an odd shape to it. And down here is a little parcel of in holdings that protrude up into this property. In the upper left-hand corner, or upper right-hand corner, I'm sorry, in the checkered area will be constructed a gathering reservoir. Now this is all surface water. There's not a well. The water will come in a ditch flowing this direction, divert into this gathering pond. This gathering pond is going to be large enough to hold 2 days supply of inflow. 2 reasons for this is to handle the inflow, and if the lessee possibly as part of his crop, maybe if it's alfalfa being baled and he needs to have a little time to get it off, this gives him a 2-day window to store his water before he puts it out. The blue line going down to the middle here at the pivot is the underground pipeline and the electrical lines that will run the pivot. We got bids from 3 different companies with about 4 different styles of sprinklers. And the most standard one that you see in most productions is a small 120 acre sprinkler. Well, and it would be mounted here. Well, if it did its thing, this is the pattern the sprinkler will run, you would only get about the same 100 acres watered with the sprinkler that they were getting with the flood ground. Then we put in an idea for the corner pivot machine, and still it was the same results with the way that it was made would not pick up any more acres. Finally, we came upon this version, and this is called a drop span sprinkler. And for this exercise here, here's the pivot, and let's say the sprinkler is in this position running across here. This is controlled by a series of bump stops. And as the sprinkler moves this way to water this particular part of it, it will hit a bump stop here. And this bump stop will stop the inside part of the sprinkler from moving, while the outside part walks on around to pick up this farmland here. Now the blue that you will see on these corners is an end gun that will come on automatically at certain spans to pick up additional acreage. When it reaches this point, it will hit another bump stop that, depending on where it is in its cycle, will either stop here and shut down, or will automatically reverse and start coming back. When it gets back in line, it will override a safety here that will start the whole sprinkler moving in the other direction, coming around. And here is the end gun again. The end gun shuts off and it gets close to the northern property. As it comes on around, the end gun will come back on again. Then it will turn off so it's not putting water right back in the reservoir. Then turn on after it gets past it. Then it will shut off and the sprinkler will come around to a bump stop here. Now this is the interesting part of this sprinkler, and this is really into the stage of what we call smart watering. When it reaches this point, it will shut the sprinkler down, notify our lessee on his phone that it has stopped. He will come down, and at this point here, he will disconnect. This span right here, it has legs on it that will lower down. This will stand in place. He will instruct the sprinkler to start again, and the sprinkler will continue on around to finish up this partial. When it reaches the bump stop here, depending on where it is in its cycle, it will either shut off or will start back around until it gets back in line with this point here, where it will shut down again, and the lessee will then come back. And my understanding is after a couple of times of doing that, it can be done within a matter of approximately 30 minutes to unhook it and hook it back up when it gets back. Then we'll start the process of going back on around until the water runs out in the pond. Now, another interesting point to this is the pump on this motor here is a variable speed pump. So when it's in this position here, it's designed to maintain a constant pressure through the sprinkler as it moves. When it reaches this point here, and this part becomes unhooked, then when he instructs it to restart, it reaches a certain pressure, that motor will slow down to just pump the water that's required to finish this up. Then when it comes back around and is hooked back up, the electrical is all put back in. When he turns it back on, it pumps it up to a certain pressure to maintain that pressure through the whole machine and starts again. This particular pattern here allows us to irrigate right at 150 acres. Now these acreage here, and you probably saw that in your packet, these acreage here and over here, and in small areas down here, will be billed as dry land. They will be farmed just like the irrigated property, but without the water, it will be billed at a reduced acreage that's the same as on our dry land property. Do we have any questions here?
Have you seen a demonstration of this? This is fascinating.
It is fascinating. They do have some of these out. This is going to be the first one in this area. Now, part of this is being in use but not with this span that drops down, but they have some that are used locally that have this particular part to it that because of in-holdings, or not so much in-holdings, but people's homes may be here. And yet they want to swing around to water as much as they can. So that part of it is in use in Otero County, in some areas they've used that.
Yeah.
And so what is this called again?
This is called a drop span system.
So just a correction, in our packet, it talks about, I think it talks about a center pivot irrigation system. So when
Well, this is, I don't know how to, a real proper way to say it, but this is classified as a center pivot.
I see, okay.
The pivot is in the center of the area that it waters. But it is not your standard center pivot machine.
Thank you.
Now, I hope I explained that well enough for everybody to understand the way it operates and what it will do.
Yep.
Yeah, good job, Mike. Appreciate it.
Mike,
The
can you
project
walk us?
cost for this particular sprinkler will be $213,000. We are requesting up to $230,000 in case of unforeseen expenses. With this type of machine, it will give us, between the increased acres that get irrigated and the dryland farm ground, an additional $17,800 of increased revenue over the flood irrigation, which is a 3.3 return on our investment. And this very well be increased by the competitive bidding that will come when we put this out on the market. Staff recommends approving the expenditure of up to $230,000 in investment and development funds for the purchase and installation of a center pivot irrigation system in Bent County. This is just a copy of the board order. And this is what we intend for the finished product to be. This concludes my presentation, and I will now be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Any questions? Commissioner Shaw, I think you had your
Yes.
comment.
Thank you. It's Commissioner Shaw speaking. The return on the $230,000 annually is 3.3%. And I just am curious as to whether we have an appetite to spend this kind of money for that kind of return.
Well, yes, but 3.3% I feel is a pretty good return for a lot of the investments that we do. And as I said, we fully intend the price of this will be higher because of the competitive bid.
Commissioner, this is Greg Okish, Assistant Director. Were you asking staff or were you asking the other commissioners?
I was just asking commissioners really if that's a threshold that is acceptable, and recognizing that our agricultural return is typically less than 2%. Yeah, this is more.
Yeah.
3.3% is a pretty marginal return.
Plus maintenance.
Right. Do we have a sense of lifespan of these things?
The typical lifespan can be anywhere from 15 to 20 years. This particular machine that we're looking at here is actually made with 10% thicker materials. It's just built 10% thicker. We believe this will add to the lifespan to push it clear out to the end of the typical time frame.
And then ongoing maintenance, once installed, is on the lessee.
Yes.
I guess sort of my initial thought to Commissioner Shaw's question was, there's feel an obligation to try to activate our lands and put them into production. And I don't necessarily have enough experience in that to know if making this investment and the projected return is reasonable, but just knowing sort of fundamentally that the alternative is a less is less of a return, and this could last beyond its break even. I guess part of the question is, could we spend $230,000 differently somewhere else and generate and have a better investment? Commissioner Carney.
Yeah, I would just say that the sprinklers just increase your efficiencies a bunch, and you're making better use of your water, which is a resource that we have I think that has to play into it a bunch there. That flood irrigation, you waste a lot of water, and the efficiency of the sprinkler is so much better, and you're utilizing more acres. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Commissioner Heath.
I'm pondering.
Oh, okay. I can ask for public comment. buy you a few seconds. Are there any members of the public listed as attendees who wish to make comment on this? Just raise your hand. Seeing none. I would, Commissioner Shaw, any further thoughts or comments, reservations?
No, I just wanted to run that by the commissioners.
Yeah.
But given kind of the conversation, and in particular what Commissioner Carney points out to the efficiency of it, I'm comfortable with it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
This is Commissioner Scanlon. I move that the board approve the expenditure of I&D funds as requested, $230,000 for irrigation improvements as presented in the board book and consistent with our presentation.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Scanlon, second by Commissioner Heath. Further comment? Maybe Abe can do a time-lapse video for us once this gets installed. I'd love to see, how it works when it hits the bump stops or what have you. So,
I'll make the point of that happening.
We'll take a roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Commissioners.
All right. Our next item, 3C, tab 9, Falcon State Trust Land Non-Simultaneous Exchange. And we've got Matt on tab.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Matt LaFontaine, Acquisition and Disposition Manager. Today I'm presenting a non-simultaneous exchange disposal of our Falcon parcel. Through today's discussion, I hope to demonstrate to the board that it has a low-risk opportunity to attempt and optimize disposal of the Falcon parcel. Nothing coming out of today's agenda item will obligate the board to complete this disposal. Falcon parcel is a 160-acre state trust parcel in El Paso County, about 10 miles north of the northern extent of the Greater Chico Basin Ranch, about 40 miles south of Lowry. On this regional map, you can see the subject parcel highlighted here in red. Located just north of Highway 24, You have I-25 running north-south here, and kind of the J greater, or the Colorado Springs downtown area located here. So it's about 15 miles northeast of downtown Colorado Springs. Shriver Air Force Base is located here, which the board will recall from last year's tour. So zooming in, I'd like to point out a few qualities of this parcel. First, it commands the corner of Stapleton Drive and Meridian Road here. To the northwest is Paintbrush Hills. You can see about a 40-acre developable corner parcel here. The middle school is located here. To the northeast is Meridian Ranch, a master planned golf community. And the shops at Meridian Ranch are here on this corner, already developed. To the west is a subdivision called The Meadows, consisting of ranchettes. And to the south and the east is Woodman Hills. The 160 acres we own is what's left of an original Section 36, the balance of which was disposed by the board in 3 transactions between 1918 and 1959. But clearly, this map shows the impact of adjoining development, and we believe that the highest and best use for this parcel would be disposal for residential multi-use development. The question then becomes, when and how might the board make this decision? As we just saw, the parcel is surrounded by development, which has resulted in significant value appreciation over time. There are a handful of similar parcels within the State Land Board portfolio. Staff refers to these types of parcels, whether they have already realized the benefit of nearby development, or if they still stand to in the reasonable future, as path of development parcels. One of the major differences with our path of development parcels is who might be the logical buyer, should the board determine that now is indeed the right time to sell. Now, often is the case, the disposal of our non-path of development parcels is initiated when an interested party makes a compelling, unsolicited offer to the board. Often, the board is able to negotiate a sales price that's a multiple of the appraised value because the interested party sees some sort of extrinsic value in the land. It may neighbor their fee land or provide them access, for example. Sometimes, in the case of our lessees who make offers, the buyer has a personal or family history with the state land. Other times, staff is able to actively negotiate an accretive deal through a land for land or similar exchange, again, due to the specific motivations of those particular parties. But this is not as likely to be the case with path of development parcels, which are often mostly of interest to developers whose intended projects would not pencil and be financially feasible at a multiple of land value basis. Accordingly, staff contends the board should not seek a grand slam when disposing of these parcels, but rather that it should take a measured and conservative approach.
Yes.
I'll be at the dentist after 3 to 4.
Which brings me to my next slide. Why an RFP, or request for proposals? The board is subject to specific statutory requirements when disposing of state trust lands. Chiefly, the board must publicly notice the disposal with a minimum bid in a weekly county paper for 4 consecutive weeks, soliciting competing bids. Typically, there's then a sealed bid opening, and if multiple qualified bids are obtained, staff returns the item to the board for a final decision and determination as to who is the winning bidder. However, we can do more than that. Staff believes that when disposing of path of development lands, the board may be concerned with not only achieving optimal economic terms, but also in how the land will be used. For example, how would the board view a proposal that includes an affordable housing or education component? Would the market even support such a component use? A request for proposals concept, run parallel with statutory requirements, can achieve these 2 goals of optimizing proceeds and helping to ensure that the board approves of the future use of the trust lands it disposes of. Following board approval, staff will broadly advertise a 120-day RFP response period, soliciting bids and proposals from interested market participants. In addition to the 4-week public notice, this method will allow desiring bidders to put forth a conceptual plan and conduct initial partnership and capital coordination. The RFP will require, among other items, that respondent bidders provide proposed economic terms, an overview of the proposed uses upon development, and an estimate of the fiscal impact of such development on the local school district. So why now? This is always a difficult question. And whenever we dispose of lands, the proceeds can go one of two ways, either into the permanent fund or set aside and redeployed into other real property within 2 years through the non-simultaneous exchange process. Unfortunately, unless timed perfectly, this 2-year window makes it somewhat difficult to ride a cycle and sell high but buy low. But here's what we do know. The property is of significant interest to multiple parties. Broker commentary is that the market for this land is very hot right now. And the board has received numerous unsolicited offers, including some notably above the appraised value. Also, the property currently generates zero income whatsoever for the board, and therefore its current return is solely a product of appreciation. It is possible, although staff believes it unlikely, that appreciation will continue in the long run at a rate that exceeds the board's ability to generate a return in a real property investment that does produce income. But now may be an optimal time to dispose of the asset, and an RFP and bid process run concurrently will either confirm or disconfirm that. The next steps following board approval would be for staff to craft and push out the public notice and RFP. Our most recent appraisal for this property, and the one which we discussed in executive session briefly, is from November 2019. Pursuant to board policy 400-300, appraisals are to be considered valid for 1 year. Due to the potential that price appreciation occurred over the past year, staff proposes obtaining a reappraisal of the parcel during the RFP period, against which value respondent proposals can be weighed when the item returns to the board for determination of a winning bidder. To ensure that all reasonable bids are captured, staff recommends that the board set the minimum bid at $4 million. Following the RFP deadline, assuming positive responses, staff will return the item and a recommendation to the board for determination of how it may elect to proceed. The board is not obligated to complete the disposal, which makes this a low-risk opportunity to validate that now is indeed the right time to sell this parcel. So in recommendation, staff recommends that the board approve staff to complete an RFP and public notice process, soliciting bids and proposals for the disposal and use of the Falcon parcel. Prior to entering into any definitive agreements, staff will return the item at a future board meeting for board's final approval.
All right, thanks, Matt. Questions for Matt?
Matt, just a quick question. Will the proceeds from this pay for the sprinkler we just bought?
The proceeds, I think that's one thing that the proceeds can't do. The two options, and I don't know if the commissioners wanted to have any discussion around this, but could either be directed immediately to the permanent fund or be set aside as non-simultaneous exchange fund.
Fair enough. Just asking.
Commissioner Heath?
I would be interested in considering proceeds from this to the permanent fund and would invite conversation around that.
I don't have a direct comment on that right now, but the $4 million minimum is that we're setting it there based on the appraisal from last year, even though we anticipate that perhaps this year's appraisal might be different.
Correct. In order to meet the statutory requirement of establishing a minimum bid, we'll set that. I would propose that we set that as the value. When the final decision's been made and the board is presented with the actual proposals that were received, in making your final determination, I would suggest that you look at those against the reappraised value.
And what you're proposing a little bit, like, I want to be sure that there is a distinction between listing the parcel and having an RFP process.
Correct. This would not utilize a listing broker in any manner.
Okay. And the difference is we want to have a better sense of how the people who bid on this will, what they envision for the property. Got it.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw, did you have a comment or a question?
I would just, if you're not having a broker, yet one of the numbers that you've included here is from a broker. How do you sort that out?
So while we would not directly utilize a listing broker, we would still communicate with the brokerage network, including the ones that have to date contacted us with interest in this parcel, informing them of the ongoing RFP. Additionally, we plan to advertise the RFP not only on our state website, but in other real estate publications such as the Dredge, to ensure that it was broadly advertised and that sufficient pool of interested parties were made aware.
Okay, so there could be no listing broker, but there could be a procuring broker.
Yes.
Okay.
Paid by the buyer.
Correct.
Yes.
I mean, it seems, just as somebody who lives down this way, there's a lot of activity. The fact that we're getting unsolicited bids, fundamentally, it's been sort of drilled into my head that we're generally not sellers, but we become when we can receive a multiple, and we're in the path of development. So by my observations, and I'm not a real estate person, it seems like an appropriate time to put this out for consideration.
Well, this is Commissioner Shaw, and as crazy as it seems, the residential market is red hot. So I concur with that.
Yeah. Any other comments? Let me ask for public comment. Any members or attendees, if you'd like to make comment on this, raise your hand. Okay, seeing none. Any further discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Let me ask Gary if there is any appetite for earmarking the proceeds should we sell this for the permanent fund.
Oh, yeah, I don't think we have to make that decision right now.
Okay.
And I'd probably ask that if and when this comes back to us, that staff provides some analysis and a recommendation for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Therefore, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we authorize staff to complete a request for proposals and public notice for the disposal of the Falcon parcel as discussed today. And the minimum bid advertised should be $4 million. And then staff will return this to the board at a future meeting for our determination of a winning bidder, if any, prior to entering into a definitive agreement. And we delegate authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with our decision today.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Heath, second by Commissioner Carney. Any further comments? We'll do a roll call vote. Indicate if in favor, indicate by saying aye. Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, commissioners.
Hitting the home stretch here. Item 3D, oil and gas lease auction standard list, tab 10 with Katie.
Matt, I think you need to stop sharing before I can turn mine on.
It's a beautiful setting.
It is.
It is.
I ended it.
Thank you, Tracy. Okay. Before I start, can everybody see my PowerPoint?
Yep.
And everyone can hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, so good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, Katie Stitt, oil and gas specialist. And today I'll be discussing the oil and gas lease auction standard list for the February 2021 lease auction. So despite the challenges on industry over the past year with rulemakings related to Senate Bill 181, the election, and various economic challenges, staff is pleased that there's continued leasing interest on state trust lands. Of particular note is the interest in a potential helium play in southeastern Colorado, where a test well may be drilled this year, and continued development opportunities in Weld County. So for the list for February, this map shows the entirety of the auction list. The standard list that we would be asking the board to approve consists of 46 tracts, most of which are located in eastern Los Animas County or in northwestern Weld County. The standard list tracts are depicted as the blue squares on the map. The red stars are the tracts that the board approved back for the November 2020 auction that did not sell. And so these 155 tracts would be listed in February at the 18.75% royalty rate per our oil and gas development policy. The 46 tracts we're asking the board to approve would be offered at our 20% royalty rate. The auction opens on February 11th and would close the following Thursday, February 18th on energynet.com. As detailed in the cover sheet, the tracts were reviewed per the board's policy, and staff has recommended specific stipulations on that were provided on Exhibit 2 in your cover sheet. And just to note that there were no new recommendations related to plants or wildlife species that the board hasn't seen in the past. And so those were all provided on Exhibit 2. I did want to take just a second to point out something you may have noticed in the packet. As part of reviewing our lease management and auditing process related to stipulations and how we're managing things in Atlas, we implemented a new structure on how we're recording these specific stipulations in our leasing system. So you may have noticed that instead of like the 60 pages you've gotten in the past from me related to the stipulations, it was substantially shorter in this packet. And that's because instead of crafting new combinations of stipulations related to wildlife concerns or plant concerns and generating a stipulation for that combination, which is what we were doing in the past, we're now taking each of those recommendations and basically listing them as individual items. So when you look at the list this month, you would see something like stipulation 1, stipulation 3, stipulation A, stipulation E. In the past, we would have combined all of those into stipulation 138. This was getting very cumbersome, and it was hard for staff to determine how many leases had what specific stipulations on them. If somebody asked us, how many leases do you have with Mountain Clover? We were having to manually go through all of the stipulations to find that answer. This way we can just go to stipulation E and say we have however many number of leases that have that stipulation. So this is going to enhance both staff's management of the stipulation requirements on each lease and also make it easier to report out to the board, to staff, and to the public. So with that explanation of the change in the reporting that you might have noticed, I just wanted to ask if you had any questions on Exhibit 2. No?
Questions?
All right. So with that explanation, staff is recommending that the board approve the standard list for auction and lease, 46 tracts covering 19,000 plus acres including the stipulations as provided on Exhibit 2 to your cover sheet. And for ease of the purposes of our digital meeting, I've included the text of the board order.
Okay. Thank you, Katie. It's a very scholarly backdrop you have.
Oh, yes, well, it's better than my real life backdrop. So.
I did have a question. I saw under additional considerations that Lindsay, Stewardship Trust Manager, as well as CPW, identified some tracks for no lease. Were those tracks not then considered? I couldn't track if they're not part of the 46.
Correct. We did remove the 4 tracks, 2 of which were in the Stewardship Trust, but all 4 of them had some bighorn sheep considerations and concerns that we would want to address before moving forward with recommending a lease on them.
Great. Okay. Any other questions for Katie? Any of our attendees wish to make comment on this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
After consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at its regular meeting of January 13th, 2021, the board determines that it's in the best interest of the trusts to approve the listing for auction and leasing of the attached standard oil and gas lease auction track listing containing 46 tracts covering 19,024.76 acres with the recommended stipulations. The board delegates the authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
Thank you. Been moved by Commissioner Shaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carney. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Carney?
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw?
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, on to our January board leasing agenda. Alicia Hawthorne, welcome.
Thank you. Happy New Year to all of the commissioners. For the record, I'm Alicia Hawthorne. I'm on the Transactions and Record Services team. This is the January 2021 board leasing agenda. And since the packet was published, we've actually pulled one of the leases. So this particular agenda, board leasing agenda, should only have the 2 recreation leases that are being proposed. The competitive bid, which was the agriculture lease, that has been pulled because you'll be hearing that next month. We've received a request for review of staff decisions. So that will go on to next month's board agenda.
Okay, so proposing approval of items 2 and 3 of the January 2021 board leasing agenda. Okay.
Yes.
Any members of the public wish to make comment? Seeing none, any commissioners have questions? And I would entertain a motion. To approve items.
Commissioner Carney moved to approve the board leasing agenda as presented in the packet.
Items 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Yep.
Second.
All right, moved by Commissioner Carney, second by Commissioner Shaw to approve items 2 and 3 of the January 2021 board leasing agenda and acknowledging item 1 has been withdrawn. We'll do a roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath? Commissioner Heath? Oh, muted.
Sorry. Aye.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Carney?
Aye.
And Commissioner Shaw?
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Alicia.
Mhm.
And last item, our minutes from the our brief December meeting. Any additions or questions or comments there? Seeing none, we'll accept them by acclamation. It brings us to a close. Director Ryan, any prescient thoughts as we look into February and beyond?
And we'll do a couple of things in February. Commissioner Heath, you had asked for an update on the OGCC rules, and the board chair there, Jeff Robbins, who was running OGCC and is now one of the commissioners, will present to us in February. We'll have some more Chico Basin Ranch, and I know I am missing something else good and interesting because I don't have the agenda up in front of me, but it will be one day of similar end time to this one. And my apologies for underestimating the time today. I had done it in my head, but I didn't do it on the piece of paper, so sorry.
And do you expect that by next board meeting, we'll have feedback from the lessees and folks in the community of the solar area?
I do. I know that our team has already met with the 3 people who were on the call. That occurred last week. I think we need to sort of dovetail their concerns with where the other guys are in the planning process and figure out where the push and pull is going to be.
Great.
Thank you for your suggestion.
Yeah. Awesome. Anything else? Good of the cause?
Commissioner Butterworth, you asked about the Space Command earlier in the day, and for those of you who didn't hear it, there was an announcement made today that Huntsville, Alabama won that, although what the Denver Gazette says in their piece is that the military actually recommended Colorado Springs. Trump is upset with our congressional delegation, and so he said he wouldn't sign that, and he liked the Alabama congressional delegation better, so he was giving it to them. So I don't know anything about the politics of something like that, but that sounded to me like ripe for something to be revisited in the next administration.
Well, who knew it was about who won the football game this weekend?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I would offer Ed, I'm sure you're pleased that the Broncos have a new GM. Hopefully that will bring us better tidings and results.
Change is good.
And
I think we can look at that on multiple facets.
Sure. Yes, and I might just wish us all a peaceful transition of power. May that happen.
Amen.
Thank you to staff, to Barb, Tracy, Kimberly, everybody. Really good meeting, challenging meeting, challenging topics, but really appreciate the professionalism and that we all handle the discussion. So.
Thank you all, commissioners.
Yep.
Stay safe. Get a
Likewise.
shot.
Get well, or
See
get
if that works.
vaccinated, be well.
So Christine, is everybody getting vaccinated up there? It sounds like Summit County.
No problem. We're way ahead of the game.
No kidding. You look like a role
Easy
model.
peasy.
I know.
Don't taunt us.
Has it dialed, and we're zipping through it. We're worried that we're going to be held up because we're going through so well with our age groups. But yeah, it's been good.
Wow, impressive.
All right.
Yeah, we don't have any snow, but we do have a good vaccination program.